flesh. One Piece Chapter 1138 Mural, guys. This has been a crazy hot topic, okay? As you guys have known, there's been infinite theories, there's been infinite takes, there's been so many different understandings, different interpretations, just endless posts everywhere. Now, this is a good thing. This is a good thing. Oda's dropping some content for us to make some theories over, for us to ponder over. But then this can be a bad thing, because how do we properly understand this? Okay, that's the question here. And this is the question we are going to be addressing today. We're going to be addressing how to look at this mural. Let's talk about the groundwork, the foundation on how we're supposed to look at the mural to begin with. Because if we're going to sit here and talk about how, like, there's a character with wings, how do we know if that's the sun god or a Skypian or a seraphim? You're just throwing a shot into the dark if you don't know how to look at the mural to begin with, if you don't know if it has sections or not. That is exactly what we're here to discuss today, guys. I feel like I have a much better, firm understanding on how we're supposed to be looking at this mural. Because again, if you don't know whether this mural has sections or not, if you don't know what first world means, if you don't know what third world means, that is going to make it very difficult for you to discover what is the point of this snake, what is the point of these people, what is the point of this giant, who is this, right? Because you don't know the foundation to begin with. You don't have any groundwork laid out. There's no pillars to build your house on. You know, like Jesus said, don't be a fool, don't build your house on sand, build your house on the rock. Chat, that's what we're here to do today, guys. We're here to build our house on the rock. We're here to build our skyscraper, our beautiful monument, our beautiful mansion on a rock, by having a firm understanding, a gist of how we're supposed to look at this. Then we decipher what these characters are, what these monsters are, what these creatures are. So that's exactly what we're here to do today, guys. I'm so happy to see you guys. We got Jesus in chat. We got Smokey. Welcome back, brother. We got King. Sean, what's good? What's good, Maya? We got a lot of people. Mick, what's good? How you doing? Simon, Gifted B, Gifted Basic B, glad to see you. And we already got a super from the boy, One Woki with the 20. Thank you, brother, man. God bless you, man. He says one time for theory piece. So yeah, guys, you guys know that we generally, what's good, Jin Marks? I hope you're doing great. Guys, you know, we generally go live for short summary, long summary, chapter. Yeah, generally our thing. But you know, I was thinking for the past like day or two, past like 2-3 days, that we may have to dedicate a stream specifically for this mural. Especially not only is there just so much to talk about, but then we also got to consider that we're getting a chapter this week. Now, if this chapter is a really crazy chapter and we're talking about all these things that's in 1139, that doesn't leave us much room to talk about the mural. And plus, that would be a previous chapter anyways. You know, we would be retracting from 1139, the newest chapter, just to talk about something we saw last chapter. So I figured that this this stream will be specifically for the mural. Okay, guys. And I feel like I've done enough thinking to pretty much again, I'm laying the groundwork for you guys, okay? Because I feel like a lot of us, you know, we get really excited and we're thinking like, this must be E-Myth. No, this must be Frankie. This must be Minx. No, this is old Minx. No, this is Carrot. Whatever, all these different interpretations. But how are you supposed to decipher this character if you don't even know if this is the second world or not? You don't even know what the second world is to begin with. And that's exactly what we're going to be talking about. So I'm going to basically give you guys the groundwork. I'm going to give you guys a foundation on how to look at the mural. Then you use that foundation to decipher what the creatures are. All right, guys? I'm glad to see everybody here, guys. How are we doing, guys? How are we doing, chat? How are we doing? I had to get myself a cup of coffee. I'm feeling a little sleepy. It's only 1:30 p.m. I'm feeling a little sleepy, chat. You know, I was thinking like, man, should I go lay down? Should I go lay down, take a nap? Or should I go live? Should we be going live? So I went live. But yeah, Smokey, again, brother, thank you so much for that 20, bro. I got Smokey, you know how it is here, man. We get completely sidetracked, completely distracted. Thank you for the 20, brother. God bless you, man. And then he drops a 5. Appreciate it, brother. Thank you. He says, so far my agenda says the mural means Buggy will be the king over all. Okay. Buggy agenda, Smokey. Hey, I can't fight against it, all right? Buggy agenda, that is something that's here to stay, okay? The Buggy agenda is here to stay. The Buggy agenda has been receiving more fuel than the Usopp agenda. So if you are a Buggy hater but a Usopp believer, I don't know what to tell you, dude. Like, seriously, think about it, right? Think about it, chat. Imagine a world where, Smokey, we get the Elbaf arc, long-awaited arc, but we leave this island and Usopp doesn't significantly grow character-wise or even strength-wise. There's no saving his character. I don't want to see this man Usopp grow in Lodestar. I don't want to see him grow in Laugh Tale. This is the arc. Like, what are we going to be like? Yeah, it took Usopp 1,300 chapters. Final war's over. Now he's a brave warrior. Like, come on, man. Come on. What's good, Pokemon Red? I figured it out all out on Sunday during a drug-fueled One Piece theory madness. Hey, we'll see if we have similar interpretations, all right? We'll see if we have some similar interpretations. We got JJ. What's good, brother? I'm glad to see you. Big bro JJ. Who else is in chat that I haven't said welcome to? Before we get started, what's good, Mind Hacks and Tadeko? How you two doing? Guys, and Sean Terry, what's good, brother? Guys, before we get started on our class, right? Class is going to be in session. I will need you guys to pay attention, all right, guys? Listen, I know you guys love to yap. I'm the streamer, I'm the content creator, and I'm yapping sometimes for 4 or 5 hours. How long was that longer stream we had the other day? It might have been the long summary, like a 5-hour stream. But some of you guys, I don't know, you guys are competing for the Yap King. Like, some of you guys just yap. Just nonstop. Look, Chad, this is gonna be a stream where I need you guys to pay attention. I need you guys to focus. I need you guys to stay along for the ride. All right. If you guys get distracted, you're not going to understand the formulation. All right, guys. And if you're distracted and I'm explaining something and you don't know why I'm saying that, then you're going to be lost. All right, chat. So you guys know the drill. Okay. You guys know the drill. All right. 1 in chat for yes, 2 for chat and no. So if I'm asking you guys some questions, 1 in chat for yes, 2 in chat for no. All right. What's good, Blake? How you doing, brother? Glad to see you, King. Guts, what's good, bro? I want to tune in spoiler streams, but the story's peak, so I don't know about spoilers. I mean, to each their own, right? I like the spoilers because that makes me more excited for the chapter. I've tried going months. In the past, I went months without reading the spoilers, and how it worked for me is that I was less excited to read the chapter. Like, when I was going in blind and I wasn't paying attention to anything, it was less exciting. It's straight up less exciting. I'm like going through my week doing things aside from One Piece, aside from the spoilers, and like I just don't even care, you know? So it's less engagement, you know? It's less talking, it's less theorizing, it's less discussing, right? But then if I read the short summary, it's like, okay, now there's something to talk about. Everyone's posting their takes. People are hyped. People are excited. Then you get the long summary. There's even more information to talk about. But moreover, people need to understand, like to you guys that don't read the spoilers, you have to understand that, yes, when you read the spoilers, you're generally going to get like the bigger picture things, right? You're going to get like the big points. But even then, it's still determined by a leaker's viewpoint and opinion and their understanding, and they don't put all the details in the chapter. Like, there's been many examples. I know for you guys that watched or read the spoilers, you guys know how, like, very often The short summary or long summary leaves out a really, really great detail that's present in the actual chapter. So, me personally, I 100% prefer reading spoilers. It just makes my week so much more exciting. I'm way more excited to see the chapter. There's things to talk about all week. And another thing, the sooner you read the spoilers, the more time you get to theorize about what the chapter is delivering, right? Versus people that only read on Sunday, people that only read the officials, you know? If you're reading the short summary, the long summary, and the fan translation and the officials, you're knowing about the chapter longer than non-spoiler readers, and then you're rereading the chapter multiple times on top of digesting the official translations. That's the best way to consume One Piece, in my opinion. But we got Smokey with another 20. Thank you, brother. God bless you, man. He says, I truly do think Buggy is in the mural somewhere by himself. All jokes aside, Buggy will aid Luffy in the final arc. Also, Usopp figure out them daddy issues in Elbaf. Screw Usopp. He said, also Usopp figure out them daddy issues in Elbaf respectfully. Screw Usopp, worst straw hat ever. Guys, do we like Usopp here? Do we like Usopp? I mean, I think Robin is 100% better than Usopp. Luffy, of course. Zoro's better. Sanji's better. I think Nami's backstory is far better than Usopp's. I don't know. I definitely don't have him in my top three. My top three is obviously Robin, Zoro, and then let's see. That's actually tricky. Nami and Luffy, they kind of butt heads. What's good, Lone Sigma? Sean Terry, Mugiwara no Dechi. What's good, brother? Lucas, how you doing, bro? I avoided spoilers like the plague when Luffy died. Yeah, I'll never forget the 1043. The 1043 Raws, dude, when 1043 dropped, or before it was dropping, like the leading into it, it was so crazy because the Raws came out before the short summary. Does anyone remember that? You know, 1043, where at the end Luffy's hair's melting. Someone drew the hair, like they drew Luffy with the hair melting before the short summary even came out. And then after that happened, someone leaked the raw before the short summary came out. It was wild, bro. And then like the actual 1044 was insane. Man, good times, good times. What's good, G-Bear? All right, guys, are you ready? Are you ready? Are we going to sit here yapping all day about Usopp and Buggy, or are we going to get into 1138 Mural? Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Is it time to crack the code? Is it time to crack the code? Let me see. I actually do have some notes that I took regarding my deduction. Okay? I got them right here. Okay. So, yap no me. Oh, wait. Quick prayer, guys. Quick prayer. We got to do a quick prayer before we do this. All right. In the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. My Lord and Savior, my rock, my refuge, my deliverer, my King, my Father in heaven, Jesus Christ, Lord Christ Jesus, thank you for another day of life. Lord, thank you for protecting me. Lord, thank you for giving me food, blessing me with food and water and shelter, entertainment and comfort. Lord, thank you for making my life so enjoyable. Thank you for all the blessings you give me, Lord. I come to you today to ask you to please bless this stream, Lord. Fill us with lots of ideas. Fill us with lots of laughter, lots of comedy. Lord, just give us a beautiful time so we can all unite and harmonize as brothers and sisters, as sons and daughters unto you, Lord. And I ask for you to please show up to everyone that's watching the stream, Lord. I ask that you show up to everyone who joins the stream later on. I ask that you reveal yourself to them in such a way that they could never deny your existence, Lord. Please be there for them throughout all their struggles, Lord, whether they're struggling financially, their health, their career, their family, their relationship, whatever it may be, Lord. I ask that you please mend their heart. Please heal their wounds, heal their pain, Lord. Save them from affliction, save them from darkness, save them from the depths of rock bottom. Lord, I ask that you please take care of my beautiful friends, my family, my supporters on social media and on YouTube, Lord. Please be there for them. Please allow your saints to intercede. Please allow our blessed Virgin Mother Mary to intercede. Allow the saints to deliver those prayers into your lap, Lord, and please fulfill our prayers. We seek after you. We long after you. We love you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. All right. Now it's time. It's time. It's time. It's time. It is officially time.
Let him cook now.
All right. So let's begin. Let's begin. The mural. All right. Elsa, I'm glad to see you. Blake, God bless you. Judah, I'm glad to see you. RC, welcome in. Jet Keck, appreciate it, brother. Clocks, welcome back, bro. Mr. Nine, what's good, brother? Lord, please send your avenging angels to purge the fallen with holy fire. Amen. Beautiful. I believe in the communion of saints. All right, let's begin. Axe, what's good, brother? Let's begin. So we get this chapter 1138. We see the mural, okay? The mural. But the question is, do we start here? Do we start here? When we're making a theory and we're trying to discover, oh, this bird, oh, this serpent, oh, the buildings are on fire. What is this king? Do we start here? Is this where we start? Guys, and I'm asking a question. You could type yes or press 1, or you could type no or press 2. This is a question, all right? Class is in session. Focus. When we're looking at this mural, do we start here? That's the question. Do we start here? The answer is no. We do not start here. Okay? If you're gonna make a theory, if you're trying to interpret what this mural means, what it's depicting, what it's alluding to, you do not start at the mural. In fact, you start earlier in the chapter, okay? You start earlier in the chapter, okay? Let's start earlier in the chapter because we know that earlier in the chapter, dialogue between Ripley and Frankie offers us a better understanding of what the mural means, okay? So if we're looking at 1138, page 13, we see Ripley say that these are children's drawings from the ancient past carved into fossilized tree bark. It's a cultural relic due to its historical value. So that right there is a key detail because we now know that they're children's drawings and that these are only, it has, the artistic ability is only so limited. A kid drew this, a kid scrabbled on it. So when we talk about why is the whale flying, is the whale flying though? A child scribbled this. Why does the bird look so goofy? Is it even a bird? Is it a dragon? Is it not a bird? Is it a dragon? A kid scribbled this. Okay, so this is important context that we need to take into account. Moreover, this gives us an avenue for another theory. Because we'll talk about this in a little bit, but we know that this art actually tells the future. So that must mean that there was a child drawing the future. A child scribbled a prophecy. This would connect to characters like, you guys can guess it. Let's see if you guys pull it up. If you guys type it in YouTube chat comments before I pull it up. This would allude that there was a character that came before Madame Charlie, because we know that she could see into the future. She has prophetic abilities. So if we know that this, we'll go into it in a little bit, but we know that this is drawing the future. That must mean that they had some prophetic ability. It must be from maybe a precursor to Madame Charlie. Now, this is a whole avenue we could take for theories, but you wouldn't consider this if you're focused on the mural rather than going back into the chapter. Okay, so now that we have a better understanding that this was a kid scribbled this, you even see in the official translations right here, really kid scribbles. We have a better firm understanding of why the art is drawn like that, and it gives us a better mindset on how we're to look at the mural. Okay, moving on, it says they're estimated to have been drawn between 800 and 900 years ago. So this means that it was drawn during the Void Century, okay? This was drawn during the Void Century because we know that the Void Century is, first of all, it's a century. It's literally in the name. It's a 100-year span. We also know in the Egghead Island arc that they said the Void Century was actually a Void War, a century war. So there was a war for 100 years. But most importantly, we know that the Void Century ended 800 years ago. So if she's saying that this was estimated to have been drawn between 800 and 900 years ago, that means that this painting was drawn during the Void Century. So if it's telling about things that are in the future, then obviously the kid who scribbled it has prophecy powers, and they had to have knowledge of the ancient past. And I'll get into that in a second. Do you guys understand so far? Ones in chat if you understand, twos in chat if you don't. I'm trying to make sure I don't go too fast. I'm trying to paint the picture here. I'm trying to take our time. Do you guys understand so far? What's good, Damon? Bilo, you could argue that you're talking about the girl from Skypiea, Casa. I think her name was Casa. She didn't have future sight. If I did she? I don't think she had future sight. I think she had like general observation hockey. I might be wrong, but yeah. So now, chat, it's pretty clear that this was drawn during the Void Century. All right, so let's move on. Oh, and it's kind of funny. It literally says it right here. Isa, thank you, Axe. It literally says it right here. Puts them right between the period of the Void Century. Okay, so this again clarifies what we just said. If it was drawn between 800 and 900 years ago, and the Void Century ended 800 years ago, that means that this was drawn during the Void Century, which is what my Ripley just says. But moving on, Frankie says we got to show this to Robin. I'll tell her about it later. I gotta say, for a drawing from Elbaf, they don't look like giants to me. That's right. In the history we're familiar with, there were some times wars between the races, but never cultural exchange. All right, let's continue. Let me see. Okay, cool. So then Ripley says, maybe that simply means this is nothing more than a child's dream. Again, this is alluding to the idea that a child drew the mural, a child scribbled it. So if we're going to talk about the possibility that this whale is flying, I think you need to consider that this is a children's drawing, right? You could even argue like, wait, if the whale is flying, then does that mean this wolf is flying? It's a kid scribbling it, and the kid had to have known about that. Since this was drawn during the Void Century, that necessarily means that the kid knew about the past, maybe through history books, stuff like that, but they also had to have known about the future. Right? So nothing more than a child's dream. A kid drew this. So that's another avenue of what we could theorize about and talk about. Who is this kid? Oda's clearly alluding to the idea that there's an important child during the Void Century, a child that had some type of prophetic power that was drawing what they imagined, drawing what they saw. Kind of like how Madame Charlie in Fishman Island had that depiction of like the kid, the silhouette with a straw hat. Right? So perhaps instead of a prophetic kid in Fishman Island, like how we saw Madame Charlie, instead of it being a kid in Fishman Island, maybe this kid was born in Elbaf, or the kid was taken to Elbaf on the Joy Boy ship. But that's a bit more speculative. All right, let's focus more on what we can determine. Moving on, it says the Walrus School, yeah, eek. Listen up, children. We're in the middle of a lesson. Kahaha. The Owl Library. So this is the Harley. Sure is. All the various myths and legends of Elbaf were created based on this original text, since there are so many interpretations of it. Wow, it's huge and old, black, dusty. Okay, whatever. And it means the sun god the sun god all the warriors of Elbaf believe in has a different personality depending on who tells the story. Ain't that funny? May I read it? And you guys know that we've already spoken on this before. I'll pull up the panel in case you guys have not seen it so far. We know that when the people of Elbaf speak of the sun god, and they say that the sun god is a destroyer, he creates laughter, he's a liberator, we know that these guys in Elbaf are at a divide, right? They're at a fork in the road, they're at crossroads, because some of the giants, again, they think the sun god brings destruction, some believe he brings laughter, and others believe he brings liberation. But I think the key thing that Oda's going for is that the sun god brings all three. So when a giant says that the sun god brings destruction, he's not wrong. He's only a portion of the way correct, right? When another giant says he brings laughter, he's not wrong. He only has a part of it. He doesn't see the full picture. And then finally, when they say that the sun god, I don't know if I just said laughter or liberation, but then the final one, laughter, liberation, they only see a part of it. And one great example of this is we see at the end of Dressrosa, it says, and I quote, "It is not always a tragic event when a kingdom falls into ruin." So this coincides directly with the idea of Luffy being the sun god, fighting Doflamingo, right? This created ruin. It created rubble. It brought destruction into Dressrosa, which we've seen time and time again in the story. Luffy fighting the big bad, buildings and the capital getting destroyed, all right? Then it says, "On this day, the citizens of Dressrosa rejoiced and wept amid the rubble," right? So it seems clear, since Luffy is Nika, the sun god, he brings destruction by destroying tyranny. He brings laughter by throwing a party and saving everyone. And then he brings liberation by freeing oppressed citizens from the shackles of big bad tyranny. So in this, when you look at Luffy, who's depicted as a sun god by eating the sun god Nika fruit, he's destruction, liberation, and laughter in all three. Do you guys understand so far? Are you guys keeping track? Do you guys understand so far? What's good, OP Fanatic? What's good, Rashad? Chat, I need some answers. I need some answers. Are we paying attention so far? Are you guys focusing? All right. Are you guys focusing? Thank you, Axe. Appreciate it. All right. Now let's move on, okay? We see, they then go on to say, let me fix this real quick. The sun god all the warriors of Elbaf believe in has a different personality depending on who tells the story. We seem to agree that it's because each one that says a specific attribute, they don't understand that they're not seeing the bigger picture, okay? Of course, the story is split up into 3 chapters, okay? The story is split up into 3 chapters, okay? So when we're looking at the mural, chat, it's split up into 3 chapters. This is something, every time I see people like ping me or DM me on Twitter, DM me on Instagram, at me in a tweet on Twitter, this is something so many people seem to be missing out on, right? And this is exactly why when I say that when we make theories and predictions and we're making breakdowns, we need to look at all of the variables. All it takes is one missing variable in your theory to destroy an entire theory. That's all it takes. If you forget one variable, if you forget one detail in the story, it can crumble an entire theory. It doesn't even matter what the theory is. Blackbeard, Emu, Luffy. You forget one detail, the whole theory crumbles. But yeah, this is one that people seem to be forgetting. The story is split up into 3 chapters, okay? The story's split up into 3 chapters. Now, this is the key detail, okay? They say the 3rd chapter describes the world we live in today. It's about something that's gonna happen in the future. You see this? So you guys remember how earlier we were talking about how the drawing was made during the Void Century? That means the kids scribbling had to have known about the past, but since they're drawing about something that happens in the future, they also know the future? Does this make sense now? Do you guys see why I said that this kid had to have had prophetic powers? Just like Madame Charlie. Just like Madame Charlie. As a kid, she had prophetic powers. She had powers of prophecy. She had the same ability. And it nailed it in twice about how a child drew this. Okay? Now, when it says that it's something about that's going to happen in the future, we're going to also take that into context when we look at the mural, okay? So the story, the mural, the worlds is split up into 3 chapters, and it describes the world we live in today and something that's going to happen in the future, okay? So let's continue. In fact, the legends of Nika are seated all throughout the world. The one common feature is that he always shows up laughing to his rhythm, or to this rhythm. Doom tada blah blah blah. He shall I read it now? The first world, within the earth there was a fire, mankind. Okay. Now let me further prove why this mural is split into 3 chapters, exactly like how Saul says. The story split up into 3 chapters. They say the 3rd chapter describes the world we live in today. It's about something that's going to happen in the future. Let's look at the mural and put what Saul says to the test. Okay? First world. Within the earth there was a fire. Well, would you look here? There's a fire at the bottom of the page. So that seems to line up. It seems to line up that this first part of the mural, the far right side, is the first chapter, aka the first world. Within the earth there was a fire, and we literally see a fire here. There's literally smoke coming out of the buildings. So that lines up. Mankind succumbed to greed and touched the forbidden sun. I want to see your guys' answer on this. Would you guys agree that when Vegapunk was looking for the ancient energy source and he came out with Mother Flame, that this Mother Flame was the ancient energy source? Because if we're talking about Mother Flame, an ancient energy source, it would seem very appealing. It seems very reasonable that they would refer to Mother Flame as the forbidden sun. Wouldn't that make sense, chat? Yes or no? Sunstone fragments is just for drawing, though. I don't think the sunstone fragments is like mankind succumbing to greed and touching it. I think the mankind succumbing to greed, they wanted power over this ancient energy source that exists all over the world, as we see how Vegapunk, through what, 5 chapters straight, was drilling into our head about how the Mother Flame is something that clearly existed in ancient times, and it stops the world for wars. But seeing how mankind succumbed to greed and they touch the forbidden sun, it must be the case that people wanted this ancient energy source for themselves. But let's look down here. Let's see if this lines up, guys. Again. Mankind succumb to greed and touch the forbidden sun. Well, what do we have here? What do we have here? People passing around the ancient energy source? People passing around Mother Flame? What's good, real Blackbeard propagandist? What do we see here? People passing around this forbidden sun. The enslaved prayed and the sun god appeared. If you look under this first chapter, there's nothing here that can depict the sun god, right? The only thing that could fit that is possibly this angel, which is arguable, but let's just continue anyways. It's not that big of a deal. The earth god raged, and with its serpent of hellfire shrouded the world in death and darkness. They'll never meet again. So clearly we also see a serpent here. You see this? There's a serpent here. So now we can conclude Saul's interpretation. When Saul says the story is split up into 3 chapters, that's true. This is the first chapter, guys. Within the earth there was a fire. We see the fire at the bottom of the page. We see smoke coming out of the buildings. They succumb to greed and touch the forbidden sun. We see people here touching the forbidden sun. They're passing around Mother Flame. Moreover, we see the earth god rage, and with its serpent of hellfire, it shrouded the world in death and darkness. We see the serpent here. So now we have the building blocks that's going to allow us to interpret how to look at this painting. Because if we wanted to ignore all this and bypass all this, how could you argue that this serpent is not or dragon, snake, whatever you want to call this? How could you argue that this is the serpent of hellfire if you're going to bypass all this? Story is not the mural. Rewind the stream and play it at 2x speed. You guys understanding so far? Are you understanding so far, guys? This must mean that what Saul's saying is true. Okay? But if he's saying that this mural, if he's saying that this story, they drew what they were writing, if he's saying that this is true, then we also have to take into account that the third chapter is something that's gonna happen in the future. You see this? It's about something that's gonna happen in the future. So that must mean that this third chapter right here is depicting the future. And this is one of the this is gonna be something, or not even gonna be, this is something that people are missing out on. Because I see some people say that this is the first world, this is the second world, and this is the third world. That makes no sense whatsoever. But think of it this way, right? When we think of this character right here, someone could argue that this couldn't possibly be Luffy because Luffy doesn't have a shield and a sword. But can I show you why that's a hypocritical take? Anyone that makes that take is a hypocrite, because people will tell you that this is Nika, right? And that Luffy's Nika. People will tell you that this character on the right is Nika and Luffy symbolizes Nika. So even though this character is drawn with a sword and shield, it doesn't change the fact that this is the epitome of Nika. And at the same time, this was a child's drawing. So this could easily depict Luffy and still line up with what Saul said about how the story is split up into 3 chapters. Now, one more thing that we can use to really hammer in the idea that this is in fact 3 different chapters. Well, for one, we know that Imu had 19 kings and he led them to formulate Marijwa. And Marijwa is stationed at the top of the Eve tree. If we look at the first world, we could see that this character, which seems to be Imu, is with 19 people right here. You see that? 19 people grabbing the forbidden sun. He's leading them. Moreover, he's facing Sunlight Tree Eve. Because if you see right here, you see these tree branches? You see right here, these tree branches? This could easily be depicting the Adam tree instead, but that's a bit more speculative. This is leading to Sunlight Tree Eve. And we know that it wasn't 20 kings, like how Doflamingo said. It's 19 kings because the Queen of Alabasta, Queen Lily, rejected it. So it's no coincidence that these 19 people are with this masked figure wearing a crown. That's not a coincidence when you count out these 19 people, and especially when you look at these 2 characters not with Imu. You see these 2 characters right here? They're not with Imu. They're going somewhere else doing their own thing. This must be Queen Lily and possibly the King of Alabasta going on their own, whereas these 19 accepted. These 19 accepted, they take the Forbidden Sun, they take Mother Flame and bring it to Marijwa. They go to Sunlight Tree Eve, right? Led by Imu. And when we look at this, this is all the way at the right side where the first chapter is, the first world. Until over here, then there's the grand battle. All right? So now that we have a better, now that we have the foundation that this mural is depicting what the three worlds are, it's depicting what the story is. Now we can look at the worlds, read them for what it is, and get a better understanding of what Oda is trying to show. So since we've read the first world already, let's read the second world. And I want to see if you guys have considered this, okay? It says, within the void, there is breath. Guys, within the void, there was breath. Key word here in the official translations, void. Within the void. You see that? Void century. Within the void, there was breath. The forest god tamed demons and the sun spread the fires of war. What did we just say a few minutes ago? The void century was a century of war, a century of wars. Within the void of the world, this void century, within the void, the gap of history, there was breath, there was life. There were actions. Life was existing during the Void Century, and during the Void Century, the Forest God tamed demons, and the sun spread the fires of war. Nika spreading the fires of war during this void. Those of the half moon dreamed. Those of the moon dreamed. Man killed the sun and became God. We know that Nika died. We know that Joy Boy died. So if a man killed the sun, this is again showing how the second world is talking about the Void Century. Because Nika dies at the end of the Void Century. Man killed the sun and became God. That's why they called the Celestial Dragons, they called the Tenryubido gods. And when it says man killed the sun and became God, it's not talking about one specific man. It's talking about like mankind, like man killed the sun. And when they're talking about the sun, they're talking about Nika. And when they killed Nika, they became God. The 20 kings, or I'm sorry, 19 kings, the world government under Imu's leadership erased the ancient kingdom. They erased Nika. And they became the gods of the world. They became God. And the sea gods stormed. They will never meet. But let's go back to the half moon dreamed. So when it says those of the half moon dreamed and those of the moon dreamed, it seems to me that Oda is alluding to the idea that they're sharing the same dream. Would you guys agree with that? Would you guys agree with that? We got Devon. Devon with the 2. Thank you, brother. God bless you, man. Is Imu standing on top of Zunisha? I don't want to get sidetracked, but in terms of this being Zunisha, we need to take this with a grain of salt because there's no eyes, there's no ears, there's no mouth, there's no legs, there's no feet. The only thing is a very abstract, vague, ambiguous trunk. And I wouldn't necessarily make this argument, but one could argue, why is this ship, like maybe the Noah's Ark, not being pulled by, say, the trunk or lifted by the trunk of Zunisha? I think this little shape right here, for the time being, Devon, is it's too ambiguous. I think to argue that again, like this shape right here, that it's Zunisha, it's too speculative. It's too speculative for my tasting. Here, I actually want to let's try this. It's too speculative. No legs, no eyes, no feet, no mouth. Just a very vague trunk. But then again, like it is rather interesting where if you see how this king right here, he's using rudders, right? He's using rudders. So it's almost like the king right here is piloting whatever this thing right here is. Maybe it's Emu using Zunisha. Emu using Zunisha because of these paddles, these rudders, whatever you call them. Chat, what do you call it? The oars. Is that what you call it? Like the oars? The oars? That would seem to be a better argument than like a very ambiguous trunk. That, again, there's no eyes, there's no ears, there's no mouth, there's no legs, there's no feet, there's nothing. There's nothing on this. There's nothing. Zilch, nada, besides a very ambiguous tongue. So that's why I would argue that these oars right here is symbolizing how Emu was utilizing Zunisha. Emu took and used Zunisha to go to Marijwa. All right. Thank you for the super chat, Davon. I appreciate it. All right, so let's see. Let's talk about let me take this in editor. Wait, Chad, how do I edit this in Paint again? Guys, how do you edit in Paint? We see on this mural, I'm sure many people have noticed this. Let's start on the first world, okay? We see how they mention a sun god, okay? We see how they mention a forest god. Or I'm sorry, let's go back. I apologize. We see how there's a sun god. We see how there's an earth god. And we see how there's a forest god, right? You guys already know where I'm going with this, because many people have noticed this already. These are like the official translations. This is colored, but these are official translations. If you guys see the theme going on here, again, sun god, earth god, and forest god, you would assume that the final one on the mural to be named would be rain god, right? Sun god, rain, forest, and earth, which we got in chapter 287 of Nolan's flashback in the Skypiea arc. But funnily enough, it's not rain god. It's sea god. But look at the interesting thing here. The sea god storms. If you were a god of the rain, I want to see you guys answer this, okay? Listen to the question carefully. All right, guys, focus. Focus. If you guys were a rain god, would you have storm powers? Let me see some answers, guys. If you were the rain god, would you have storm powers? I'm a rain god. Yo, this man, Eli, bro. He said, I'm a rain god when I see Robin's feet.
Oh my god, bro. Oh, man. What the fuck, man? Get your ass.
I think this doesn't have to be a retcon. Because if you look at mythological depictions of sea gods, rain gods, and stuff like that, be it Greek mythology or even Hinduism, you guys will notice that sea and rain are interchangeable, given that obviously rainwater builds up in rivers and the oceans. So Shandora could refer to this character as a sea god, but then, I'm sorry, Shandora could refer to this character as a god of the rain, a rain god, whereas Elbaf refers to it as a sea god. It's interchangeable. It doesn't have to be a retcon, and it doesn't have to be two separate gods. A sea god and a rain god can be interchangeable. But here's one key thing that I haven't seen anyone point out. And guys, listen. I'm not going to say the person's name. You know who you are. I'm not going to say your name. Don't say anything in chat unless you want to embarrass yourself, okay? Listen, guys, just because I say that I haven't seen anyone say this doesn't mean no one has said it. That's not the point, okay? Just because I haven't seen someone say Blackbeard is a squirrel doesn't mean that someone out there has never said Blackbeard is a squirrel. Now, what I'm trying to say is when it says that the sea god stormed, I find it rather interesting that right here we see raindrops. You guys see this right here? They talk about the sea god storming, and then there's raindrops right here with a whale. Sea god storming, again, tying it to the idea that sea god and rain god are interchangeable. Sea god and rain god is the same thing. It's an interchangeable name. And you know what we could further prove? Or further say to hammer this down? Let's see. Let's see. So here's the thing, right? To further hammer down this idea, right? That the rain god and the earth, or I'm sorry, the rain god and the sea god are interchangeable, is the obvious fact that even with the sun god on Elbaf, people can have different interpretations. Look at the text right here. And it means the sun god, all the warriors in Elbaf believe, depending on who tells the story. So if one island, Elbaf, has different interpretations of the sun god, why wouldn't... Now, are we good? 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 Chat, are we good? 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 Are we good, chat? Are we good? Are we good? Are we good? Okay. Listen, what I was saying was, if Elbaf can't even agree on a proper interpretation of the sun god, right? We see it right here. If one island, a singular island, Elbaf, if they can't even agree on the proper interpretation of the sun god, one island, one god, if they can't even agree, what makes you think that it's far-fetched for the Shandians to have a different interpretation than the Elbaf citizens? The Shandians call it a rain god, but Elbaf citizens call it a sea god. And it's even more obvious when it says the sea god stormed. So if this sea god in the past showed up to Shandora, ancient Shandora, and the sea god made it storm, it makes a lot of sense that the Shandians would refer to it as a god of the rain. Do you understand? Are you guys following along now? So this is how you can attack the subject. Because I've seen people say that Oda retconned. Are you guys following along? Are you following along? One's in chat for yes, two's in chat for no. And it seems that, guys, we are at 85 likes. Thank you so much, guys. God bless all of you guys. Let's hit 100 likes on the stream, okay? Just as a... Yo, I'm not reading that, bro. That's wild. The elf... I do not condone that. The Elbafians only got one picture to go off of, and text is even hard for us to interpret. Can't blame them. Yeah. And I'm not... Jordan, I'm not saying that you're saying this, but I'm not faulting the Elbafians. And Jordan, I'm not saying that you're saying I am. I'm just saying in general. I'm not faulting the Elbafians for having different interpretations of the sun god. That's not my point. My point is that if they can't agree on the sun god, what makes you think that Shandora and Elbaf would agree on this hypothetical sea god? All right. Now, let's move on to the third chapter, guys. Let's move on to the third chapter, okay? Third chapter, okay? Within the chaos, there was emptiness. The inconvenient remnants recall the promised day and hear the voices of the half moon. The sun god dances and laughs, guiding the world to its end. The sun returns and brings a new morning. And they will surely meet. Okay? Now let's break this down. Okay? Split this up into 3 chapters. Guys, it's probably not perfect lines like that. It's probably like a general area where like this is like this is kind of like first world. This is like second world, right? And then this left side over here. This side over here is the orange is third world. Now I'm trying to be as linear as possible. This is very tricky to explain without getting sidetracked. But as we said earlier, if you guys were not here and you guys don't know why, just rewind the stream, okay? I don't want to keep going back every 2 minutes and re-explaining things. If you guys just tuned in, thank you for being here, but you might have to rewind the stream to understand why we arrived at this conclusion. But guys, we determined that in fact, this mural is telling the story of the 3 chapters, and that this mural is split up into 3 stories or 3 worlds, okay? And it's telling a story. This first world, guys, is going to be, let's write it right here. This first world is what we call pre-void century. Okay? The first world is pre-void century. As we said earlier, the second world says that within the void there is a breath. The force tamed demons and the sun spread the fires of war. Those of the half moon dreamed, those of the moon dreamed, man killed the sun and became God. And the sea god stormed and they'll never meet. So this right here is void century. And you know, guys, what would even bolster this argument even more is the fact that when you look at this middle section for second world, there's hardly any information here. The middle of the mural is mostly a tree. There's hardly anything to understand, whereas the right side has a lot of things to interpret. Right? The left side even has a lot of things to interpret. But then when you look at the middle of the mural, there's not that much. Why? Because it's the void century. Isn't the dragon included in the first world? I'll get to that in a moment. I'll get to that in a second. I don't want to get sidetracked. So the reason why, again, the right side's jam-packed with info and the left side's jam-packed with info in terms of like artistic depictions, it's because the middle is the void century. It's void, right? Within the void, there was a breath. Okay? Now, what does this mean? If this right side is pre-void century and this middle is void century, then this must mean that the left side, let's use blue for this. That must mean that this left side is post void century. You get it now. The right side is pre-Void Century. The middle is Void Century, and the left is post-Void Century. And if you remember what we pointed out earlier in this chapter, what did Saul say? This story is split up into 3 chapters. Or you guys remember how we pulled that up at the beginning? Yeah, this story is 3 chapters. The first chapter was pre-Void Century, the second chapter was Void Century, and the third chapter is post-Void Century. But let's hammer it in even more, guys. Saul then goes on to say, the story split up into 3 chapters. They say the third chapter describes the world we live in today, and it's about something that's gonna happen in the future. Further pointing out that this is indeed post-Void Century. You guys see? You guys get it now. One in chat if you're paying attention. 2 in chat if you're lost. And once you guys answer that, we're gonna take a look at the text and see if it lines up with this. We're gonna read first world, second world, third world, and we're gonna see if this is true. Okay, we got some answers. We see some ones. We got 1, 2. All right, let's look at the text now. Let's look at what it says for the first world and think about, does this make sense if it's the pre-Void Century? And then we're going to read the second world and consider, does this make sense if it's describing the Void Century? And then we're going to look at the third text and consider, does this make sense if it's the post-Void Century? All right, let's start with the first world. Pre-Void Century. Within the earth there was a fire. Mankind succumbed to greed and touched the forbidden sun. The enslaved prayed, and the sun god appeared. The earth god raged, and with its serpent of hellfire shrouded the world in death and darkness they will never meet. This would be alluding to the idea that mankind succumbing to greed and touching the forbidden sun is people fighting over the ancient energy source, fighting over the forbidden sun, fighting over Mother Flame. And what do we see here, guys? What do we see here? People touching this illuminating substance. We see them all touching it, and they're all carrying it. Is this depicting pre-Void Century? The ancient kingdom was an advanced kingdom. We see it back here. Look at all the cogs. You see the cogs right here. You see the buildings right here. This is the Void Century. This is the ancient kingdom. And we see right here, within the earth, there was a fire. So it's talking about earth. This is the ancient kingdom on the right side. This is pre-Void Century. These guys the mankind started to fight over the forbidden sun. They started to fight over Mother Flame. Let's move on to the second world, which would be this, the Void Century. The second world, there was within the void, there was breath. And what is that? What does this mean, guys? It's alluding to the idea that this is talking about the Void Century. Within the void, there was breath. Meaning within the Void Century, within this void of history, there was breath, there was life, there was activity. The forest and the tamed demons and the sun spread the fires of war. What did we say multiple times earlier? The Void Century was a century of wars. That's what Vegapunk said. A 100-year war. That's what he referred to it in Elbaf, or in Egghead. So this does line up with the Void Century. The Half Moon dreamed. The D-Clan dreamed. Their ancient kingdom was destroyed. Their homeland was destroyed. It was taken over. It was harvested. Just like the microcosms. The microcosms of what we see in Dressrosa. These citizens wishing for their old kingdom back. Arlong Park citizens wishing for their old kingdom back. Alabasta citizens losing their kingdom. Those of the moon dreamed. It seems to me that the half moon is the D-Clan, and then those of the moon is the Lunarians. It's the Minks. The Minks look at the full moon, they get powered up. Lunarians look at the full moon, they get powered up. Joy Boy surely tag teamed with Minx. Joy Boy and Nika most likely had some kind of connection with Lunarians, given their fire abilities. Man killed the sun and became God. Again, Void Century. Let me say this again. Man killed the sun and became the God, or became God. Void Century. Hold on one second. One moment, guys. This is depicting the Void Century, and they will never meet. All right? Now, finally, let's go to the finale. Let's go to the finale. Third world. Within... Guys, are we good? Emu struck again. Yo, guys, are we good? Are we good? I'm gonna try to troubleshoot my Wi-Fi, but it might crash. It might crash the stream, cause YouTube is like so lame. What's good, Surgeon? Welcome in, brother. YouTube is like so cancer, where if I lose connection for 20 seconds, it just ends the stream completely. But now, let's talk about the third world and see if this is post Void Century. Within the chaos, the world has been in chaos the past 1,000 years. We see the Pirate Age. We see people chasing after the One Piece. Complete chaos. The inconvenient remnants recall the promised day and hear the voice of the half moon. Aren't you gonna make a video on this? No, because I don't have a big conclusion to this. This stream is solely to show people how to interpret the mural. And to those of you that have joined the stream in the past 5 or 10 minutes, you're probably disagreeing with everything I said because you didn't watch the beginning of the stream, and you're probably only looking at the mural and you didn't look at the rest of the chapter to see what Saul and what Ripley have said, which gives context to the mural. But yeah, if you guys have just tuned in, you guys need to rewind the stream. Go back earlier to the stream, play it at 2x speed to understand why we're at these conclusions. It's easy to disagree when all you do is look at the mural, right? And I'm sure like people like Pokemon Red, they're disagreeing even though they were here the whole time. But it's even easier to disagree if all you did was look at the mural, right? Like you jump straight to the mural and you completely ignore how Ripley said that this was drawn by a child. It was drawn during the Void Century. You completely ignore how Saul says the story is split into 3 different chapters. We ignore how it says the 3rd chapter is saying, telling us about the future, right? But anyways, I don't want to get sidetracked. What were we talking about? Third world. It seems to me, the inconvenient remnants, guys, is not poneglyphs. The inconvenient remnants is not is not poneglyphs. It's people. Okay? Now let me explain why, right? It says the inconvenient remnants recall the promised day. A poneglyph can't recall anything. A poneglyph is a rock. It says the promised day hear the voice of the and hear the voice of the half moon. A rock, a boulder, a poneglyph can't hear anything. What it's referring to by remnants is modern D-Clan members. That's what it's referring to. And we see very similar situation when they literally referred to Marco and the people he's leading as remnants. I don't remember what chapter that was. You guys know what I'm referring to. After Marineford, after Whitebeard died, they referred to Marco and the remaining crew members as remnants. So when it says the remnants recall the promised day, the remnants hear the voice of the half moon, what it's saying is that the current D-Clan members hear the voice of the moon. The current D-Clan members recall, or I'm sorry, of the half moon. They recall the dream of the half moon. The modern day D-Clan members fall in line with past D-Clan members. It's an inherited will. They're inheriting this this dream. They're inheriting this prophecy. They're inheriting this goal that the half moon, aka the D-Clan, wanted to fulfill. Those of the half moon dreamed that the D-Clan had a dream. They had a goal. They wanted their ancient kingdom to come back. They wanted their society to return. They wanted their advanced technology. They wanted Mother Flame. They wanted unity. They wanted the removal of racial segregation. And what is Luffy gonna do? If Luffy's supposed to be Joy Boy, if Luffy's supposed to be Nika, Luffy takes down Imu, who brought down the ancient kingdom. Luffy takes down Imu, who took out Nika. Luffy takes down Imu, who defeated Joy Boy. Luffy's fulfilling the dreams of the half moon. And since Luffy is Monkey D. Luffy, Luffy is a remnant, recalling the moon, or the dream of the half moon. And we got 279 from my boy Simon. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. God bless you. He said, Sun God, 3 people, Nika, Joy Boy, Luffy, where they fit in Mural. We'll go over that in just a second. Thank you, Simon. We'll go over that in just a second. All right. Moving on, it says, the sun god dances and laughs, guiding the world to its end. So again, I don't want to have to keep repeating myself, guys. I don't want to repeat myself a million times over, but it's clear as day that this final chapter is referring to the future. Saul says it right here. Maybe they could have different interpretations on what the demon does. Maybe they could have different interpretations on what the ships are, but what they do seem to agree on is that the story in itself is split into 3 different chapters, and the 3rd chapter is the future. Going beyond that, it's speculation, but that's their framework. That's their foundation. The story is split up into 3 chapters, and the 3rd one's the future. Anything besides that, different interpretations. All right. Mr. 9, you got to formulate an actual argument or rewind the stream, because you're just ignoring the chapter by saying that it's not a story. I mean, it literally says the story's split into 3 different chapters. We see right here that, in fact, yeah, actually this mural is depicting 3 separate things, because these guys carrying this ancient resource by this Emu possible figure is not the same thing as this battle over here. But anyways, the sun returns and brings a new morning, and they will surely meet. So if Saul is correct, and it's talking about how the third chapter is talking about today and something about what's going to happen into the future, it goes in line with how we all believe Luffy brings the new dawn. You guys would agree to that, right? You guys agree to that, right? That Luffy's bringing a dawn to the world. Do we agree with that? Do we agree? Luffy brings a new dawn? Where's that when Cobra was it was towards the end of the whole Sabo Marie-Joie monster Gorosei thing. Cobra was telling Sabo to pass on, what chapter was that, guys? When the Gorosei were in their monster forms, Marie-Joie was Sabo, and Sabo got stabbed and Cobra was dying. What chapter was that? Because I'm gonna that further proves that Luffy brings the new dawn. But now we could pretty much see right here, guys, that even when we cross-examine the first world's text, When we cross-examine the first world's text, it in fact lines up with the art below. When we cross-examine the second world's text, it lines up with the world below. It's a void. All we know is a tree. In fact, you could even argue that there is nothing drawn for the second world. The tree splits down the middle, so technically the art is two sides. Like there is no middle. There's no middle. There's only a right side and a left side. And the tree acts like a divider. Why? Because this is a void century. Within the void, there was a breath. There's a void century. The forest god tamed demons, and the sun spread the fires of war, because it was a 100-year war, a void century. Those of the half moon dreamed. Those of the moon dreamed. The man killed the sun. Man killed the sun and became God. This is explaining how, again, second world is talking about void century. So, yeah, even when you cross-examine, it's still clear. It's still clear the first world is pre-void century. The second world is void century. And then the third world is post-void century. It's post-void century. Saul said it himself. The story split into 3 chapters. A story, 3 chapters. The third chapter describes the world we live in today and something that's going to happen in the future. Wait, something that happens in the future, isn't that post-void century? Yes or no, chat? Yes or no? I want some answers. If Saul says the third chapter is the world today and it's something that happens in the future, doesn't that mean that the third world is post-void century then? If the third chapter describes the world today and the future, then that means that the third chapter is post-void century, right? No. Jordan, you got to explain it. Explain that to me. How would the third chapter describing the current world and the future not be post-void century? Oh, he said wrong number. All right, Jordan. Jordan, I was about to flame you. But, yeah, I mean... It's even more clear. I mean, Oda chose void here. Oda chose void. Because look, when in the first world's text, it says within the earth there was fire. So earth and fire. But then when it says the second world, it says within the earth, or I'm sorry, within the void there was breath. Why void? Why not earth? Why does it say within the earth there was fire, but then it says within the void there was breath? Earth. This is talking about Earth, pre-void century. Then this is talking about the void. There was breath, void century. Then finally, this is talking about within the chaos, there was emptiness. You see that? There's a theme going on here. There's a theme going on here. Within the earth, there was a fire. Within the void, there was breath. Within the chaos, there was emptiness. This is pre-void century, this is void century, and this is void century, or post-void century. So that seems to be the framework. And if you guys disagree, I want to see some explanations below, okay? If there's anyone watching the stream that says, you know what, Evil? I completely disagree. I say fine, explain to me how that's not true, all right? And this would be a better depiction, guys. It's like this. So this is pre. Let's do it like this. Pre. Actually, let's draw like this. Let's draw like this. We could write pre. This is pre-void century. Then we could write VC because this is void century. And then this is post. So the reason why there's not much in the middle of the mural is because it's a void century. Everything on the right is pre-void century, the cause of the void century. The middle is the Void Century. The left section is post Void Century. Augusto says, oh wait, I wanted to go back to Simon's super chat, because Simon did ask. He said Sun God, 3 people, Nika, Joy Boy, Luffy, where they fit into the mural. So what I would argue is that with this being pre-Void Century, it talks about the Sun God appearing, right? This would be original Nika. Then this talks about the second world. The forest god tamed demons and the sun spread the fires of war. This is talking about Joy Boy. And then when this says the sun god dances and laughs, guiding the world to its end, this is Luffy. This is Nika. This is Joy Boy. And this is Luffy. Which fits what most One Piece fans interpreted this whole time. Most One Piece fans always agreed to this notion that there was an original Nika, which is exactly why the Elbaf Giants and Vegapunk referred to how Joy Boy reminded them of Nika. Keyword, it reminded them. And then obviously Luffy is the current modern day Nika. Let's check out the Boulder's comment. He says, I feel like the left side could be Joy Boy's world or war with Emu, but left is paralleling almost 1-to-1, so it looks like both because the kids who drew the mural were alive during the Void Century. So this is, guys, this is why I said so many times, guys, and I need to answer. Okay? All right, guys, answer. Comment down below, guys. Everyone, are you guys focusing? Comment down below the answer to this question, okay? How many times did I point out that Saul said the story is split into 3 chapters? How many times did I point that out, guys? How many times did I show that it says, they say the 3rd chapter describes the world we live in today. It's about something that's going to happen in the future. Last time I checked, Joy Boy's past with Nika, where he lost, isn't the future. This is why I've stressed so many times that if we're going to try to look at the mural, we need to take into consideration what they told us before. Did he say the carving is split into 3? The thing is that and I've stated this numerous times as well. This is why I keep saying to refresh the stream or rewind the stream. This is clearly depicting what we're looking at. Within the earth, there was a fire. There's fire all at the bottom of this, right? Let me clear the message right here. We see fire at the bottom of the panel. We see smoke coming out of the buildings. That's 1. It says mankind succumb to greed and touch the forbidden sun. We see them touching the forbidden sun right here. Mother flame. That's 2. Then it says the earth god raged, and with its serpent of hellfire, it shrouded the world in darkness. We see a serpent right here with hellfire. That's 3. Within the earth, there was a fire. We see smoke at the bottom. And we see fire at the bottom. And we see smoke. So 1, that lines up. 2, mankind succumbing to greed and touching the forbidden sun. We see them passing along a star, some kind of flame, some kind of mother flame. I don't think they literally carried it with their hands. They probably had like capsules. And then 3, the earth god raged, and with its serpent of hellfire. Serpent of hellfire, we literally see a serpent right here shooting fire. That's 3. This first world is depicting the art perfectly. And we see how in the 3rd world, it says the sun god dances and laughs, guiding the world to its end. We see the sun god here apparently fighting this monster. We even see a ship moving away from the monster. They're facing to the right side. It looks like they're wearing masks. Maybe it's supposed to be symbolism of celestial dragons. They're moving to the right. They're going to war. Look at this giant. Look at the ship. Why? Why did they draw that? Because the sun god is bringing the world to its end. So it seems very, very clear when you take everything into context that this mural is depicting the art. And we could even use NL's cover story as a perfect example of this. Oda already did this before. Look at this. Look at this. Are we going to say that this art right here has nothing to do with the text? Are we going to argue that this text right here has nothing to do with the art? And you also have to consider, why would Oda show us art like this that has nothing to do with the text when it literally lines up with the text? Again, if you guys are just tuning in, within the earth there was a fire. At the bottom of the panel, there's literally fire right here. There's literally smoke coming out of the buildings. So that's one that lines up. 2, mankind succumbed to greed and touched the forbidden sun. These guys are doing what? Passing around some star, passing around a forbidden sun. And then 3, the earth god raged, and with its serpent of hellfire lining up with a literal serpent, scales, right? You see the scales, the teeth, shooting fire. How does this not line up? I would argue you're reaching with what Saul said. There's no proof to know that it's showing all 3. Well, I don't know how else to convince you. It's blatantly clear that he says, again, the story split up into 3 chapters. They say the 3rd chapter describes the world we live in today. It's about something that's going to happen in the future. It's split into 3 chapters. This art is splitting into 3 different sections, being the tree is like the middle, right? Sorry, evil, but I can't but laugh because I can't take people like Mr. Nine seriously. Well, Mr. Nine is entitled to any of his own opinions. You guys can disagree with everything that I say, but it seems to me that if you think that this mural has nothing to do with the text, the burden is on you, because Oda shows the mural while literally giving us the text here. Oda's literally lining up the text with the mural, just like how with NL's cover story. Oh, gee, he lined up text with a mural. Gee, is it because the text is telling us what the mural is? Could that possibly be the case? Is it a coincidence that when it says the earth, within the earth there was fire, that there's fire right here at the bottom? Is that a complete coincidence? With smoke coming out of the buildings? With this serpent shooting fire, just like how it says with the serpent of hellfire? It's clearly explaining the mural. And you know what's even funnier? Is that, look, Robin is reading the text. Robin is literally reading the text. Within the earth there was fire. And what does Frankie do when Frankie's looking at the mural? Actually, I think it's earlier. Was it the other page? Yeah, look, Frankie's literally looking at the mural saying, I need to show this to Robin. We got to show this to Robin. How ironic, King J, how ironic is it that Frankie is looking at a mural saying, gee, I should tell Robin about this mural. And Robin is reading the 3 chapters of the story. How ironic is that? It's good, King J. The 5 masked celestial dragons could be the Gorosei supporting Emu. Yeah, so King J, that was my initial thoughts. But if you look here, isn't this another person? You can see, like, look at the mask right here. They wear the mask. Look at the body. Let's look at this body right here, right? You see the body? It's right here. And then you see the stick legs. You see the stick legs right there. So that would mean 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's pull this up. What Robin's reading and what Frankie's seeing are clearly depicting the same thing. I 1000% agree with that. Like at this point, if you disagree and you think the mural is separate from the text, the burden of proof is on you. Because I mean, I really don't want to repeat myself too many times, but Saul alludes to it. Oda's alluding to it. We already have an example of this in One Piece. A mural depicting, or a text explaining a mural. We already have seen this exact thing before. So let's get a vote, guys. Let's get a vote going on. To those of you that have watched the full stream so far, if you guys have just tuned in, don't answer this question. This question is specifically for people that have been watching the stream the whole time, or people that rewinded the stream and watched at 2x speed. All right, this is for the people that have been here the whole time, okay? Yes or no? Is this mural meant to line up with first world, second world, third world text? Yes or no, chat? I don't want to see you guys that like just turned into the stream answer the question. Even if you say yes, don't answer, because you can't arrive to this conclusion without seeing the reasoning why. Evil, you are one of the best One Piece YouTubers of all time. No one will ever be better than you in the whole wide world. You're the king of theories. Can't see a world where someone surpasses me. Well, you know what? I would have to say that I am not here to be the theory king. I am not here to make the best theories. I am not here to make better content. I'm not here to outclass other people. I am here, I am here to serve him. I am here to fulfill his will. I am here to do what he needs me to do. I'm here to end up with him. This is what I care about more than One Piece. This is what I care about more than YouTube. This is what I care about more than theories. Going to his kingdom. And I want to see you guys there too. I want to see all of you guys there too. Every single one of you guys. I want to see all of you there, where there will be no more weeping, no more pain, no more sickness, no more diseases, no more stress, no more pain and suffering, guys. The image is under Third World War poem, so the sixth person falling off the ship could be Saturn. Oh, I like that. I like that. I love to see that. I love this. I love to see that, Zedeko. We will be there no matter what. God bless you. I hope to see all of you guys there, man. Let me go back. Shoot, where'd it go? King J, where'd your message go? Okay. Excuse me. King J says the image is under Third World War poem, so the sixth person could be Saturn. Now, see, King J, this is what I've been stressing for the past like 30 minutes now. I'm gonna have to reach a point where like I'm just not repeating myself, and if people disagree or don't understand, then like that's on them. But King J, Saul literally says, and I quote, "The story is split up into 3 chapters. They say the 3rd chapter describes the world we live in today. Not yesterday, not Void Century, not a 2,000 years ago. Today. The 3rd chapter describes the world today. It's about something that's going to happen in the future. So if this is lining up with the left side, then yes, it makes sense that this is depicting Saturn falling off the ship. But if you don't care about what Saul says, if you don't read the rest of the chapter, and all you do is look at the mural, you miss the context. The 3rd chapter is the future. Now, guys, now. With our interpretation, with our understanding, if we look at this through the lens of first world right side pre-void century, second world middle, the tree, and third world left side post-void century, which goes into the future of One Piece, we can then look at this mural to get a better understanding of what's going on. And this is what I said as soon as the stream started. King J, this is exactly what I said at the beginning of the stream. Right when the stream started, I said, how can you tell me who this is if you don't know if this is a first world, second world, third world? How can you tell me who this is if you don't know if it's a first world, second world, third world? How can you tell me who this is if you don't know if it's a second world, third world, fourth world? What about the giant? You don't know who it is. You have to do a shot in the dark, because how do you not know if that's Frankie? How do you know if that's Emeth? How do you know that? What about this? Let me see. This whale, how do we know who this whale is if you can't tell me if it's first world, second world, third world? You can't even tell me if it's a void century. You can't even tell me if it's the future. But using this framework of the right side being pre-void century, the middle where the tree is being void century, a void of information, there's only a tree besides what the fire breathing sea god possibly. And in the third world, a big battle, right? The sun god bringing the world to its end. Now it makes sense on, now we can make sense of the art. So where should we start, guys? Where should we start? Karu, what's good, brother? He said, Evo, there was a chapter that was called Half Moon People during Sky Island. Can't remember which chapter. Yeah. So I know in Skypiea, right? Oda drew out a literal half moon several times during the end of the arc, like the last quarter. But I actually don't remember if there's a chapter that's called Half Moon People. Jordan said 292. Was that the chapter where it's called Half Moon? To meet the half moon hidden by the clouds. To meet like the half moon hidden by the clouds. Yeah, so this is the story of Nolan, where Shandora was shot up into the sky and he couldn't return, right? Nolan, I've seen other people have pointed this out before, and I agree with this notion that Nolan acts as a microcosm to Joy Boy. Just like how Odin acts as a microcosm to Joy Boy. Or even NL acts as a microcosm to Emu. But the bigger picture here is that Shandora is being knocked up into the sky. He can't return back to this beautiful land filled with gold. Is this similar to Joy Boy not returning to Ancient Kingdom because it was destroyed? Is that why they would say like the half moon? Their dream... They prayed for their kingdom to return. They prayed to find their homeland. Kind of like these guys losing Shandora. Because you have to wonder, why is it called Half Moon? Right? And it seems to me that this half moon that we see now in 1138 is the D-Clan. Name, what's good, brother? He said, Evil, what would you do if an old man came up to you and said, what color are your panties? We'd have an issue, bro. We would have an issue because that guy's a pervert. He's a sexual demon. It's pretty gross. I don't swing that way. I'm not a part of Alphabet Gang. That's just not for me, bro. I think that's just like sexual obsession, perversion. Baba Yaga, what's good, brother? God bless you, man. He says, hello, Evil. Hope you're doing well. Theory, Blackbeard is nowhere to be seen in the mural. Even after being such a significant character, I believe Emu merges with him. Nah. I'm going to have to politely, strongly disagree. And you know, honestly, bro, I've talked about this. And look, by the way, just because I disagree, it doesn't really mean anything, right? It's only my opinion. Oda's not going to write the story to fit my opinion, right? My opinion is just how I see the story, right? And you could disagree, Baba Yaga. You don't have to agree with me. Dude, if you wanted to, you could disagree with literally anything I say. Like, I prefer you to have your own free will, you know, come to your own conclusions, you know? But with that being said, I would have to disagree. It seems to me that I keep closing these web pages. It seems to me that the point of Blackbeard's character is that he is the stumbling block for the Pirate King plotline. I don't think that the Pirate King plotline is exactly the same plotline as world liberation. And you could argue, oh, well, Luffy said that he needs to complete his dream by becoming Pirate King. That's not enough to argue that the Pirate King plotline is within the same plotline. Like, it is the same plotline with world liberation. Blackbeard has never once said he wants to become king of the world. And I was actually just talking about this on Discord, I think yesterday, or maybe it was the day before. Blackbeard never once in the entire story, and if you disagree, show me citation, has said that he wants to be king of the world. He's never said it even once. In fact, you have characters like Zebek wanting to become king of the world. You have characters like Buggy wanting to become king of the world. You have characters like Stelly wanting to become king of the world. But for some strange reason, it's only Blackbeard that's ever said he wants... it's only a Pirate King that Blackbeard has said he wants to be... Jeez, English. It's only Pirate King that Blackbeard has said... Forget it. I don't know English, guys. Whatever I was trying to say, I hope you guys understand. Let me see if I could actually find it. Guys, how come I can't find... Discord doesn't work. How do I do from? Guys, can someone help me find the conversation? I had a conversation about this yesterday. I was explaining... I was showing panels as well. Maybe it was in the Theories channel, actually. I was explaining why Blackbeard, he's aiming for Pirate King. If Blackbeard does indeed want to become king of the world, that's because Oda showed us new information. Where is it, guys? Someone send me the link if you could find it. Oh, yeah, it's over here. It's over here. It's over here. So we know in Marineford, right? Blackbeard made it very clear that he is gunning for Pirate King and he wants to conquer the world and have his own age by becoming Pirate King. Just like how Roger, when he became Pirate King, he had worldwide influence. Roger had worldwide power because he was Pirate King, right? We even see in chapter 440, right? Blackbeard says, Ace, do you want to join me? Let's take over the world together. Now, you could say, oh, he wants to take over the world because he wants to be the king of the world. No, 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 no. He says, let's take over the world. I've already had my made my plan to rise to the top. Whitebeard's era is over. I will become the king of the pirates. The king of the pirates. Let's take over the world. I've already made my plan to rise to the top. Whitebeard's era is over. I'll become the king of the pirates. Blackbeard wants to take over the world by becoming the king of the pirates, just like how Roger did. And Blackbeard goes on to say, and for starters, I'm going to kill Straw Hat Luffy at Water 7. So his goal is clearly to become Pirate King. If he ever wants to become king of the world, that's not because of panels. That's current panels. That's because of new panels, right? Yeah, so there's no canon panel that you could point to, and in fact it's actually another direction. It's that he wants to become Pirate King. So yeah, just like Roger had wide world power, or wide world. He had worldwide power, and that was not because Roger was king of the world. It was because he was pirate king. So yeah. Now I'm not necessarily saying that Blackbeard would never say that he wants to become king of the world, right? It's very possible that one day, maybe when Blackbeard's fighting Luffy, or like Blackbeard's at Wano or something like that, it's possible that Blackbeard says, you know what, I want to become king of the world. Yes, that's possible. But the question is, has that happened yet? That's the question. Has that happened yet? No, it hasn't happened yet. But Stelly has said it. Zebek has said it. Buggy has said it. Blackbeard has never said it. He's only said Pirate King. And Sean says Van Auger said they wanted the world. Again, just refer back to chapter 440. Refer back to 440. Blackbeard says, let's take over the world together. Right? The world. Let's take over the world together. I've already made my plan to rise to the top. Whitebeard's era is over. I'll become the king of the pirates. Right? He doesn't say I'll become the king of the world. He doesn't say, hey, I'm going to take Ace, join me, Ace, because I'm going to take over the world by becoming the king of the world. No. He doesn't say that. He says, I'm going to take over the world because I'm going to become the king of the pirates. All right? So that's the thing. So I'm not arguing that Blackbeard will never say king of the world. What I'm arguing is that he has never said king of the world. And for me, I try to stay as factual as possible. I try to stay in the context, because when you start stepping out of context and you start jumping to conclusions and then you start building a whole theory off of a speculation, then that's very risky, right? Like I don't like to make theories based off pure speculation. Like I like to look at the facts. I like to look at things that actually exist, then formulate a conclusion from it, rather than looking at a speculation, looking at a theory, and then building a theory off that theory. You know what I mean? So I hope that clears it up. Any more questions, guys? Blackbeard Propaganda says, preach evil. He don't want to become king of the pirates or world. He's just a stepping stone. Or that's just a stepping stone, like Luffy. Kurohige, D-Teach, stop telling my biz. Yeah, we got Blackbeard in the chat. Let's go. What's good, Tay? What's good, Leon? What's good, Amuni? He overheard Shiki's plan. Yeah, that panel in volume 0 of Shiki talking to Whitebeard is interesting, because you can actually see Shiki in the background. Or I'm not Shiki, I'm sorry. You could see Blackbeard in the background. It's in One Piece volume 0. I have the physical, but I don't want to hold it up to the camera. One Piece volume. Guys, I got the hiccups and I need to pee. I've been chugging this water and this coffee, guys. Does anyone have a link to volume 0? I think this is it right here. Yeah, okay. So you guys could see in One Piece volume 0, guys, this is canon. This is talking about how Shiki, this is post Roger. Roger gets captured, Roger dies, Shiki's mad, Shiki goes to Marineford, he fights Garp and Sengoku. This is canon, guys. This is canon. Okay. Shiki fights Garp and Sengoku. Shiki ends up in Impel Down because he loses. Shiki breaks out of Impel Down. Like this is all canon information. But the reason I'm bringing this up, guys, is because you could see when here, let me screenshot it so I could zoom in. You can see in volume 0, during this canon chapter, Shiki goes to Whitebeard and he's talking to Whitebeard. But if you look closely, Blackbeard's over here. You see him, guys, on the right side of the page? You see him on the very right? You see him right here? So Blackbeard did actually overhear his conversation, Shiki's conversation with Whitebeard. You see Blackbeard over here on the side. Now I'm not entirely sure if he necessarily heard Shiki's plan, because when Shiki spoke to Whitebeard, he's not necessarily giving Whitebeard a plan. It seems that Shiki's plan wasn't with Whitebeard. It was actually on Merview. I guess that's the name of the island over here with the mountains and stuff with the animals. This island's called Merview. But yeah, that is a fun fact. You can see Blackbeard over here on the right side, overhearing Shiki's conversation. All right, guys, we got to get back on topic with the mural though. We got completely sidetracked. Let's try to stick to the mural, guys. Guys, we're almost at 130 likes, guys. Everyone like the stream, please. Please, guys, everyone like the stream. Like the stream, guys. Let's hit 130 likes, guys. Every like counts. And we got a 5 from JR Raider. Thank you, brother. God bless you, JR Raider. He says, sorry I'm late. No problem. JR Raider, don't even worry, bro. Thank you. JR Raider says, sorry I'm late. Do you think the Lunarian looking character's presence in the left side of the mural means Kaido / King will fight on Luffy's side? Okay, that's a wonderful question. That's a great question. King J, let me answer JR Raider's question. And once I'm done, King J, remind me to go back to your question, okay? I'm going to answer JR Raider first because he super chatted. Then I'm going to get to your question, King J. Just keep reminding me. Spam me in chat. But JR Raider, that's an amazing question. Let me actually run to the bathroom. Guys, I gotta pee. Let me run to the restroom. Let me go to the bathroom. I'll be quick. Then we're gonna go over JR Raider's super chat, okay? Because we spent so far this stream talking about how to look at the mural. Now that we know how to look at the mural, it's gonna make it easier to decipher who these characters are. All right, so let me run to the restroom and we're gonna get into his answer. All right, guys, we're back. We are back. Okay, so again, if you guys are just tuning in, guys, I'm gonna need you guys to actually rewind the stream, okay? If you're just now tuning in, guys, my face looks super greasy, chat. Oily face, chat. Oily. Yo, oily evil in the building. Oily evil. Guys, I'm covered in oil. Look how greasy my skin is, chat. Crazy. If you guys are just now tuning in, you guys got to rewind the stream because now we're going to decipher the painting based off of how to look at the painting, okay? You guys are probably not going to understand why I'm going to decipher the mural in this way because you guys just tuning in didn't see earlier in the stream how I explained how we're meant to look at the mural, okay? So going back to A JR Writer super chat again, brother. Thank you, man. God bless you. I appreciate the support. He says, sorry I'm late. Do you think the Lunarian characters in presence in the left side of the mural means Kaido / King will fight on Luffy's side as well? The answer to that question is a yes. Okay? As we were saying earlier, this mural is split into 3 chapters, and the 3rd chapter is talking about modern day One Piece as well as the future. So when we see this character over here fighting this monster right here, this is Luffy / Nika, because Luffy's Nika, fighting Emu, right? This is Luffy, right, versus Emu, okay? That's what we're looking at here. This is what we're looking at, okay? So that would mean that if this left side section is, again, post-Void Century, then that must mean that all of these characters, right? All of these characters is modern-day One Piece characters, okay? So fish right here. We get the Mermaid Princess, little mink, giant. All of these characters is modern-day One Piece characters. Okay, so with that being said, we would look at it through that lens. So, you know, this right here would be a modern day Seraphim to parallel a Void Century Seraphim. This would be a modern day whale to parallel a Void Century whale. Same thing with this. This would be a modern day robot to parallel a previous robot. Or it could even be Emeth, because it's unclear if Emeth was completely destroyed, if I'm not mistaken. A modern day Oars giant. This would be Shirahoshi. Yeah, Shirahoshi with the Sea Kings. But to focus on the actual question, yeah, this would be King. Because we know that King is one of the last, if not the very final, Seraphim. We know that through King's flashback with Kaido and Kaido's flashback, King and Kaido have Joy Boy sitting in a very special spot in their heart. So if this is an angel, someone with wings, and he's completely dark, you see the wings are black, and you even see like a little flame right here, this would probably be King. This would be King, modern day One Piece, and yeah, it would make sense that King and Joy Boy would serve Luffy. We have a video about this that's like, what, 2 years old now? We have a video talking about, and this was before Kaido was even defeated. We know that, again, Kaido and Joy Boy, they look at, Kaido and King look at Joy Boy in a certain way, and they even went on to say that, like, if Kaido's ever defeated, it's because of Joy Boy. So if it's unclear if Kaido's dead, and you would even lean towards no, because Kaido's flame Bagua had him made out of magma, and when he was defeated, he was sent into a volcano with magma, it's probably likely that Kaido wouldn't have died. And if Kaido died, Oda would have put more lore, he would have put more substance into Kaido's death, right? So it seems clear to me that Flame Bagua Kaido wouldn't die to volcano magma. And since he lost to Luffy, and Kaido holds Joy Boy in very high regard, it would make sense that Kaido would now want to be allies with Nika, with Joy Boy. Okay, so JR Writer, to answer your question, yes, it's most likely that this Seraphim is King alongside Kaido to help Joy Boy's mission right here. And even though Luffy doesn't use a sword and a shield, we still know that the third world is the current world as well as the future. And when we see Nika with a sword and we see Nika with a shield, people will still tell you that Luffy is Nika. You could argue that, well, Luffy doesn't use a shield, Luffy doesn't use a sword. Yeah, but Luffy's still Nika though, right? So just because they depict Nika this way doesn't automatically mean that this is Void Century Nika. Especially, again, if you guys are just tuning in, we explained why this left side of the mural is post Void Century. So we're not meant to look at the shield and the sword so deeply. We're not supposed to be looking too deep into it. So this would most likely be Luffy. Let me draw it smaller. This would be Luffy. This would be King. This would be Laboon. Maybe, I don't know. Could this be Loki? Does Loki have like a wolf fruit, a dog fruit? This could be Frankie. This could be the Alabasta Alliance, especially because Alabasta, they didn't want to join Marie-Joie. Remember, Queen Lily rejected joining Marie-Joie. So perhaps now in the One Piece Final War, they actually wage war on the world government. Then this could be Wano, this bottom ship right here. This would be Shirahoshi with the Sea Kings. This would be the Minks. This would be other giants. This right here would be like ores, like ancient giants. Yeah, and they most likely, all of these guys, they had a precursor. Their precursor existed in the Void Century, most likely. Like there was Lunarians in the Void Century. There was a Nika in the Void Century. There was a robot in the Void Century. Ancient giants in the Void Century. And yeah, this could be Loki as well. This could be Loki as well. But what I'm really hammering in is that these guys is modern day One Piece. So this big creature right here would most likely be Emu. And you could argue, I'll get to you in a second, King J. You could argue that this is the sun god, right? This big creature right here is the sun god because he's clearly holding the sun right there. But the problem is that the sun god is literally the first thing I circled. This is clearly Nika. Luffy is attributed to being Nika because he has the Nika fruit, stretching abilities, white hair, and the white I can never remember what it's called. Guys, what do you call that scarf thing that Luffy wears in his Gear 5 form? This is clearly the sun god. So when we see this monster over here hold the sword, I would not the sword, I'm sorry. When you see this monster over here hold the sun, I would argue, thank you Jordan, the Hagoromo. I would argue that this is more metaphorical. It can't be that this monster is the sun god because he's holding the sun. That doesn't make sense. We literally see the sun god right here fighting against the monster. You see that? They're fighting each other. So even though he's holding the sun, it doesn't make much sense to say that he's the sun god because he's fighting him. So I think this is metaphorical. Maybe he's holding the sun. He's holding the world in darkness. He's trying to keep the world in darkness. He's keeping the sun away metaphorically. He's keeping them in darkness. The sun god is fighting him, the great monster, to bring a new morning, right? By this character right here, Nika, fighting the monster, this character Nika will then grab the sun metaphorically, bringing a new morning. He's bringing a dawn by defeating this monster in the first place. Because this monster is the key to the sun, metaphorically speaking. This monster is the key to bringing a new morning. All right, let's go to Mr. King J's messages. Thank you so much, JR Writer. I appreciate that super chat, brother. Let's see where Mr. King J is. King J, are you able to repost your messages? Because I lost them in my because King J, I have 2 chats open right now, and one of them is to feature messages. Are you able to repost them, King J? Because I see them in my other chat, but I can't feature the comment. He says, previous comment, under the World War II part, Frankie seems to be hiding the part of the mural that shows what's under the world tree. Could it be Pluton? Okay, so Okay, King J also. Oh, he deleted it. So, King J, you bring up a really good point about how Frankie is covering the tree. I don't know if you were there, King J, because I know like you're really far ahead in time, like your time zone. King J, what time is it for you right now, dude? Like 11 p.m. midnight? Maybe you weren't there, but I was pointing out, King J, when you look at this ship right here, when you're looking at this ship, you see a lightning bolt, right? It's 2 a.m. King J, when you look at the ship, you obviously see the lightning bolt here, right? You see the lightning bolt, but follow the lightning bolt. It goes to the bottom of the tree. And from my understanding, this tree is Sunlight Tree Eve. This character, Emu, led the 19 kings. If you count them out, right here. And these, I'm going to color these guys under blue because these guys are turning away. You see these guys right here in blue? They're turning away. But these 19 kings are working with Emu to go to Sunlight Tree Eve over here. They're going to Sunlight Tree Eve because that's where Marijua is. Think about this, guys. The red line goes around the planet, right? The red line goes around the planet. But isn't it funny how with the red line going around the whole planet, isn't it funny how Marijua sits where the tree is? Marijua could have been anywhere on the red line, but it just so happens to be sitting where the tree is. So I think when we're looking at this is Emu leading the 19 kings to formulate the Holy Land on the red line where Sunlight Tree Eve is. That's why you see these 19 guys on like a cycle, kind of like a conveyor belt, as Pokemon Red said. They're on a conveyor belt. They're grabbing the forbidden sun right here. They're touching the forbidden sun. Mother Flame, Ancient Energy, to work for Emu. These guys accepted. But then these two blue ones over here, these guys rejected going to Marijua. Let's see. The blue people are the one praying. I don't see them praying, though. It looks like they're going another direction. Because, like, if they were praying, wouldn't their hands kind of be like this? Because, look, their hands are, like, down, right? Like, they're going the other direction. If they were praying, shouldn't their hands be up? Like, their hands would be like this. Like, if you drew, like, a stick figure, right? Their hands would be like this. Like, praying, you know? But, like, their hands, you can see, like, they're drawn like this. Their hands are, like, downwards. Their hands aren't even connected. It's like they're going away. I think the reason their hands are facing to the right is because they're going away. They're rejecting the 19 other people. Because it's no coincidence, guys. It's no coincidence that there's 19 of these people. 19. And I see King J are saying that Emu's on top of Zunisha. We did point that out earlier, but I'll readdress that in just a second. I don't want to lose my train of thought. So a long time ago, guys, a few years ago, me and Joe 3 Skull Theories, I made a video about this years ago. Me and Joe's 3 Skull Theories noticed that in chapter 907, they said that there's 20 swords symbolizing the 20 kings that went to Marijua. You know, Doflamingo said the exact same thing. I don't think I saved the panel, but he said it in the Dressrosa arc when he was fighting Law the first time. I don't have the panel saved, but you guys could take my word for it. But what me and Joe 3 Skull Theories, what we noticed is that when you count out these swords, it's not 20, it's 19 swords. Years later, fast forward until we first hear about Queen Lily, they mention how, wait a second, it wasn't 20 kings. It was 19 kings because Lily rejected the offer. Let me see if I have the panel saved. Let's see. It should be around 1116 or no, I'm sorry. It might be around, it's 1085, somewhere around there. Let's see. Maybe I'm just gonna have to pull up the chapter. Let me pull up the chapter. 1085. Let's see. Let's see. What page was it when they talked about how Lily rejected the offer? What page was that? Was that even 1085? That might actually be 1084. Does anyone know 1084? Thank you, Kill West. And King J, I'll get to your Zunisha comment in a second. We did address that earlier in the stream, but that might have been before you joined. So right here's a perfect example. Here's a perfect example. We see in 1084, they say that is why in actuality there are only 19 weapons surrounding the throne. But remember what I said a minute ago, guys. Remember how I said me and Three Skull Joe Three Skull Theories, how we pointed out years ago, way before 1084, way before this, years ago, we pointed out how there was only 19 swords. And there were some people arguing, no, Evil, you're reaching. No, Evil, you're clickbaiting. Evil, you're looking too deep into it. Evil is just random. Maybe you don't see the 20th sword. You're wrong. You're reaching. You're clickbaiting. You're making this up. You're not understanding it right. Turns out that, yes, there is 19 swords here for a reason, which was confirmed in 1084. They actually literally addressed what me and Three Skull Joe were pointing out, that it wasn't 20 swords. It was actually 19 because Lily rejected it. But why am I bringing this up? I'm not bringing this up to toot my own horn. The point of this is that there's 19 people here. That's the whole point that I'm bringing this up. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 people. 19 people agreed to work with who? Emu. 19 people agreed to work with Emu, and that is solidified with chapter 1084 and 1085. This is a diagram. Let me pull up that message. Actually, we still got to go back to King J. Let's go back to King J. King J, oh, I still had the message right there. Because King J, I was supposed to get back to your message like 20 minutes ago. And then I got to get to Nathan's super chat, and Pakes is after this. King J, you did point out that Emu is on top of Zunisha. Now, what I was arguing earlier, King J, is that this supposed elephant, right? Let me outline the elephant, right? This supposed elephant, 1, doesn't have eyes. 2, doesn't have legs. 3, doesn't have ears. 4, doesn't have a mouth. 5, doesn't have feet. But one thing that you could argue, King J, is that there's oars here. You see the oars right there, King J? You see the oars? They're using oars. So is Emu utilizing something as a ship? Because clearly you can pilot Zunisha, right? Wasn't it because of Nika and the Drums of Liberation that even got Zunisha to go to Wano in the first place? So if we wanted to go and argue that this is an elephant, right? It could be the case that these oars right here is Imu using Zunisha. But at the same time, I don't know. Because you don't have a mouth, you don't have eyes, you don't have ears, you don't have legs. But I don't know. I'll leave that up for you guys to decide. What's good, Jay? What's good, Gingish? I mean, they don't have crowns and they look like oppressed slaves, so the 19 thing is probably a coincidence. I mean, that was the same argument with the 20 swords. That was the same exact argument when I made a whole video about this, about how someone didn't join. Someone stayed behind, and I put the video out years ago. I don't remember who I argued stayed behind, so I'm not gonna say that Alabasta stayed behind. I'm not gonna go that far because I don't remember who I said stayed behind. I'm pretty sure it was in this video. It was in my, I made a video, this was years ago, about a Gorosei betraying the world government. Yeah, 2 years ago it says.
What if I
100,000 views. Glory be to God. June 13th, 2022. So yeah, in a few months, maybe not a few months, but in some time, this video will be 3 years ago. I did mention how there's a missing sword. I believe it was this video. Was it this video? I'm pretty sure it was this video. I mentioned that there's that there's 19 swords. It was either this video or a different one. I'm pretty sure it was this one. Oh, I think, yeah, it was, I think it was this video. Let's go back.
Hypocrisy because the world of One Piece is not at peace and Imu sits on the fucking throne. But for
oh, come on, potty mouth, bro. Bro, chat, I'm so ashamed of myself, man. Potty mouth.
furthermore,
You should be using words to uplift people, not tear people down. Speak wholesomely, not unwholesome.
the center of the world and nobody should sit on it because it's a symbol of peace, which is total hypocrisy because the world of One Piece is not at peace and Imu sits on the fucking throne.
I'm so ashamed. Guys, I cringe so bad, like, looking at my old videos. Like, even yesterday, I was DMing the homie. I know that much, Tay. I appreciate you pointing that out. But I was even talking to the boy. Who was I talking to yesterday? I was talking to the boy Evil Snubby, right? One of the homies that's on the Discord server. And I was talking to him last night. We were just talking about like Christianity or whatever, because he's Coptic Orthodox. And I was talking to him, and like I looked at my old messages from December and November. Guys, literally like November and December, right? And I was cringing. Like, it's bad. If I look at old videos, I cringe. Like my intestines literally twist and I want to vomit, and it's just so horrible. And like the way I talk and my vocabulary and my attitude, it's just so cringy. But I was like looking at the messages literally from November and December. Guys, it's literally what, February? It hasn't, not even near a year. Not even a year. Looking back at December 2024, cringing. I was like looking at my messages with the homie Evil Snubby. Yes, Tay, I see that. Thank you, brother. And I was like telling him, because we were talking about Christianity last night, and I was Tay, relax. You see, you're getting me, you're getting me sidetracked. You're getting me distracted. I was like messaging him back in December, November of 2024. We're barely in February, right? Owl, have a nice night, brother. Have a nice night, bro. Take care. I appreciate you being here, Owl. Have a nice night, brother. We'll go live for the short summary spoilers. We'll, of course, go live for the long summary, and we'll go live for the chapter reaction, all right? So God bless you, Owl. I appreciate it, man. I was looking at my messages from December 2-3 months ago, and apparently I was saying things like, yeah, I gotta start going to church. He asked me like, what denomination are you in Christianity? And I told him, oh, I'm Protestant. I'm definitely Protestant. The Bible has the Bible is like the only authority. And like last night, I'm like looking at those messages and I'm just cringing, bro. I'm cringing because to those of you that don't know, I do go to a Catholic church. I do go to mass, and I'm working on going to RCIA, which I'm so excited for because I want to be able to take the Eucharist and, do the sacraments, confession and stuff like that. But I was just like looking at like my messages and I'm like, yeah, bro, I'm definitely Protestant because, like with Catholics and Orthodox Christians, they don't really know about, or they really add things to the Bible. I'm scripture only. I was basically sola scriptura. And like, that is so cringe, bro. That it's so cringe. Like, Like, no offense. I don't mean to be rude or disrespectful to anyone here that's Protestant. I do believe that Protestants are real Christians. And I do believe that Protestants have valid baptisms. But just without authority, you have no means of proper interpretation, right? Protestantism, there's no authority. They're anti-pope. It's mostly sola scriptura, right? And who gets to decide a proper interpretation of scripture? Nobody, right? And that was like one of my biggest points from December, talking to the boy Evil Snubby. And it's just so cringe looking back. I'm like, oh my gosh, I didn't even read at that time. I didn't even read into the early church fathers. I didn't read about how the Protestant Reformation began. I didn't look at the Diet of Worms. I didn't look at Martin Luther's, 85 Thesis. Bro, I didn't look at any of that. Now, I like cringe so hard looking at those messages. And glory be to Christ. Glory be to Christ that, he brought me to the true church. Peter's the first bishop. Simon, your name is now rock, and on this boulder I will build my church. Or Simon, your name is now boulder, and on this rock I'll build the church. I will give you the keys to the kingdom of heaven. The gates of Hades will never prevail against it. The true church, and just all the veneration of the saints, venerating the Blessed Virgin Mother, seeing how Saint Augustine and Saint Augustine and his name's slipping my mind, guys. One of the most famous theologians. Starts with an A, bro. What is it, guys? What is it? Early church father, one of the best. No, I don't think he's early, but one of the greatest theologians. He starts with an A. Aquinas. Looking at Aquinas and how he views God, seeing how the councils went down, the great schism between Orthodoxy and the Catholic Church. Now, like, it's just, I have so much of a better understanding. And like, yeah, Martin Luther, that guy is like from the pits of hell. Like, can't co-sign that guy at all. It's pretty bad. But my thoughts on Orthodoxy, I think the Orthodox Church, I would see them as like sisters to the Catholic Church. Orthodoxy and Catholicism, they will agree on like what, 99% of things, right? But then when you move to Protestantism, like, you're gonna agree on hardly anything, like justification, faith and works, baptism. You're just not gonna agree on anything. And it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. And no, not Martin Luther King. That's not who I'm talking about. I'm talking about Martin Luther. What was I saying? But yeah, anyways, I was just cringing. But anyways, let's get back to the video.
But furthermore, they said that there's 20 weapons that protect the throne. Many people have noticed this, but if you count them out, there's only 19 swords, not 20. Now there's a mind-blowing parallel that you
Yo, look at that boy. Look at that man, young evil.
can make between these swords and Emu. Back during the Dressrosa arc, mind-blowing parallel that
Bro, young evil. If I could talk to my past self, I'd be like, look, bro, you are a beta, bro. You are a beta. You are a beta, bro. You don't have Christ. You're not praying the rosary, bro. You don't even own the One Piece physical manga yet. You're cursing like a sailor. You are a beta. You're a loser, bro. You're a loser. You're out here fornicating with all these Jezebels and these thoughts. Ugh, bro. The old me, dude, I detest the old version of myself. But anyways, yeah. I just brought up that video just to kind of show that, like, you know, almost 3 years ago, we were pointing out the 19 swords, which ended up getting confirmed in 1085. Where to go? 1085. He really just said hate the player, not the game. What's good, Mills? I'm glad to see you, brother. You gotta stop smoking too. I mean, dude, that's like, I've always said this, brother. Like, I appreciate it. Like, you know, Kurohige de Teach. You know, someone, I think it was like 2 streams ago, someone was like in the comments of the stream chat, and they were like, "Yo, Evil, how are you gonna say that? How are you gonna call yourself a Christian, but you're vaping, bro? Are you even? You're not even really a Christian then." And like, it was kind of like, oof. I was like, oof. Yo, that's a hit on my soul, bro. But you know, I don't get butthurt over things like that, because you guys know in like Psalms and Proverbs, like, you see how like fools, they don't like criticism. Fools don't like instruction, especially when the criticism and the instruction and stuff like that is for your well-being. Fools don't like that. So I could have easily been like, bro, shut up, bro, you don't even know me, I'm more Christian than you, I do this, I do that. But that would have been foolish. That would have been very like self-righteous, you know. So nah, I don't get butthurt. I appreciate it. Who was it that said that? Kurohige de Teach. I appreciate it, bro. You know, I gotta break free, because I don't do the Mary Jane anymore. It's almost been a year, guys. We don't touch the Mary Jane. I definitely never touch alcohol. Alcohol is never really my thing. We don't do the pornography. We don't do that. But yeah, it's just like, the vice, bro, is just like nicotine, because, you know, I feel like it keeps my brain running, it keeps me moving. But, you know, at some point, you know, I probably should ditch that and get out of that. But I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Kurohige de Teach. Thank you for holding me accountable, bro. All right, guys, let's not get too distracted here, okay? Let's not get too distracted. Does anyone have any more comments on the mural? Because let's talk about the mural. Oh, dude, we have a super chat almost a half hour ago. Nathan with the 5. Thank you, brother. He says, it's symbolic. The shield is Sanji. The sword is Zoro. Guys, do we like that? To those of you that have been watching the full stream, and you guys got the full understanding of why this is post Void Century, the left side is post Void Century, would you guys argue that the shield is Sanji, the sword is Zoro? What's good, Tay? Tay, I don't think you were banned. I think they timed you out for like 20 minutes or 10 minutes, and it was because you kept spamming in the chat. So you could probably go back to your other YouTube by now, and you should probably be untimed out by now. When you guys get timed out for spamming, it only lasts like, I think it's 10 minutes. What's good, Shiri? She says, look, bro, look at my comment in your last live. It's my theory of 3 worlds. Shirish, I'm gonna call you, can I call you Mondal or Mondal? Mondal, are you able to go to the stream and find the comment and paste it in here? Could you do that for me? Just because, like, I don't want to go to my last stream and try to look for all the comments. And I don't know if you meant, like, if it was during the stream or in the actual, like, video comments. I see a comment from the boy Rashad. Let me try to find it and pull it up. Where's that boy Rashad? Rashad, where'd your message go, bro? He says, bro, we see your growth. No need to explain your way through growth. We're all proud of you, or proud of your accomplishments so far. Hey, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it, Rashad. And you know what? Chances are, it was good, Mo. Rashad, chances are, in a year from now, I'm going to look back to this stream and cringe. It's like a non-stop cycle. Like, throughout my entire life. It doesn't even matter at what point in my life. Just pick any random point. If I go to that point and then I look back before it, I cringe. It's bad. But I appreciate it, man. I thank you for that, brother. It looks like Emith got a dashiki on. Yeah, so guys, it's actually unclear if Emith is like destroyed right now, right? Emith being destroyed is unclear. So this could easily be a depiction of Frankie. Frankie is carrying the will of Emith. Luffy's carrying the will of Nika. Loki's carrying the will of the ancient giants. Shirahoshi's carrying the will of the original Poseidon. Current day minks are carrying a will. Giants are carrying a will. Laboon is carrying a will. The whales. The Seraphim's carrying the will from their original land of their original land of what do they call it? I think they called it a holy land again. I don't remember. Pokemon Red says, I'm proud of you too. Went from vamp to just a chill guy meme with a crucifix necklace. Appreciate it, bro. Thank you, Eli. And Eli, I'm always praying for you, man. I'm praying for you and your girl. Praying for you and your endeavors in college. I think God has an amazing plan with you, Eli, or an amazing plan for you. Eli, you're going to actually graduate from college and you're going to take up a career with something that you actually love, something that you're actually passionate about. And that is a beautiful gift. Guys, how many likes are we at, man? How many likes are we at, guys? Can we hit 150, guys? Can we hit 150, guys? If everyone just takes 1 second to like the stream, we could hit 150 likes, man. Like, every like counts. If everyone was just like, you know what? I'm going to stop being lazy. I'm going to like the stream for the homie. We could hit 150. See, we're at 146, guys. If 4 more people just took 1 second to like the stream, we would hit 150, which is a big milestone. Mo said, F all that. Pray for this parlay I'm about to hit. Bro, shut up, Mo. Mo, shut up, dude. Bro, my comment is in live video comment. It's huge. Can I post it? He's here. Okay. Let me look for your comment. Let me look for your comment. Only because I love you, Shrish Modal. Only because I love you. See, if I didn't love you, I would tell you to shut up and be gone, thought. But I love you, so let's go find your comment. Holy moly. Okay. When you said it was a long comment, you were not lying. Okay, wow. I'm gonna try to read this. I'm gonna try to read this in one go, because if I really try to dissect this, we could literally be here for hours. Okay, and I do want to talk to as many people. Like, don't take this to offense, Shrish, but I do want to be able to talk to everyone in chat. So, you know, if I really dissect this comment, I won't be able to talk to everyone else in chat, because this is pretty long. Okay, he says, first chapter, the Earth's core itself will be the forbidden flames, because it contains huge energy, and the mining was of the Earth core, and because of the mining, or the Earth's core itself, the Earth got enraged, and we know in the Earth's core contains all the plate movements that lets the creation of mountains and shift the oceans. As the Earth God was angry because of the mining of the Earth's core, the Earth God shifted the plates which are present in Earth's core, leading to creation of different biomes or different weathers in the planet. As we know in our world, shifting plates also happened. Then for this reason, different biomes, it leads to different habitats of people, and the different races of the world come to picture in the second world. Now the moon people that came to this world for resources then discovered the Earth's core contains a lot of endless energy, and they enslaved the people of the Earth, beginning the mining the Earth's core. The giant snake is seen in the right in the mural is Nidhogg. Yeah, we looked into that last stream. That lived inside the Earth as the moon people sleep and extract energy from the Earth's core. Okay, so see, like this is gonna take hey bro, hey listen man, could you kind of like hey do this, put this into ChatGPT and ask it to summarize like the major points for me, because again, I do want to read as many people as I can in chat. And Pakes, brother, thank you so much, brother, for the $5.99 or $4.99 super chat, brother. God bless you. This, as Macau Jordan said, this could be in another stream of itself because there's so many details here. From Earth's core, the Nidhogg helped humans as it coincided with the snake's intention to destroy the world. The Earth people were enslaved and they prayed to a god to save them from the rise of human, called himself a sun god and lead humans to freedom, but somehow was tricked by the moon people to follow their orders. As the Earth was leading to destruction, the Yggdrasil and divine powers descended from the top of the world to stop the destruction of the Earth's core. See, like we're gonna be here for a while, and I do want to talk to as many people in chat.
Is time.
Oh wait, the stream was playing. My bad. Thanks, Dawn of Ascension. But Ripley said there was never an alliance of the giants documented before. Hence, it's a third world. Seizo, are you saying that in reference to the comment? One thing that does stick out to me though, Shrish, is I do like the idea that they were grabbing energy from the core of the Earth, because it says that mankind succumbed to greed and touched a forbidden sun. And you also see these guys kind of going underground. But the thing here is that we see on the right side, they already have this energy and it looks like they're passing it down, you see? So it's kind of like a cycle. Or is it the case where they're grabbing it from down here and then they're taking it to the left or the right? Because my original interpretation is that it starts here and they go up like this. They go up like this. You know what I mean? I think Shrish might be condensing it. Was Nidhogg under the Eve tree or Adam tree in Shrish theory? The giant snake that's seen in the right of the mural is Nidhogg that lived inside the Earth. So he doesn't actually clarify whether it's under Eve or Adam. He just says that it's under Earth. And we know that in Nidhogg's lore, in Nidhogg mythology, in Norse theology, that Nidhogg lives under a tree. So that's why, that's part of the reason why, you know, we spent some time, I think it was last stream, we spent some time talking about why Loki could have a Nidhogg devil fruit, which is similar to Jormungandr, right? And guys, I do have a little mini announcement, guys. A mini announcement. We got a little mini announcement, guys. Mini announcement. All right, guys. So what I do want to give as a mini announcement, guys, to the OGs. To the OGs of the OGs to the channel, to the OGs of the stream, you guys remember how it's been what, almost 2 years. It feels like whenever I refer to like something in the past, I'm always saying like 2 years ago. But if you guys remember, like 2 years ago, I did a live stream where it was like a cooking live stream. You guys remember that? Who remembers like 2 years ago how I did a cooking live stream? Does anyone remember that? I obviously wasn't home. I was on vacation. Well, guys, we might have something similar to that, okay? I will be going away in March. I'm gonna be going somewhere. I'm gonna be having an amazing, grand, like out of this world time. Okay, so in March, if I stream, it's not gonna be in my usual setup. So chances are I might not be able to share my screen. I'm not going to be able to use my soundboard, you know, like this. I'm not going to be in the usual setup, okay? This should be in March of this year. And I'm most likely, like, if I can't stream like every day, or like most days, like, you know, short summary, long summary, whatever, I'm going to try my best to stream the chapter reactions. So at the minimum, guys, we'll be doing the chapter reaction streams. I'll try my best. I don't know if I'm gonna fit in like extra streams. I don't know if I'm gonna try to do like maybe we could do like a vlog stream, maybe like kind of like out in public or something like that, and I'm live. I don't know, maybe that would be kind of fun, because you know, like most of the streams that we do is obviously One Piece, but you guys all the time, you guys are asking for like video game streams. You guys have asked for cooking streams. You guys asked for religion streams. So maybe we could do a little IRL stream, you know, maybe I could go out somewhere, we go live for like 20 minutes and just kind of stream. That might be a little fun. But yeah, that should be in the last half of March, okay? So yeah, it's gonna be very fun. Guys, I'm gonna try my best to go live, okay? I'm just warning you ahead of time. If I can't go live, that would really suck. And that means that I might even be multiple chapters behind by the time I make it home, make it to my setup, because I'm gonna be going away for, let's see, let me look at the calendar. I'm gonna be going away for approximately like 2.5 weeks. All right, it's gonna be 2.5 weeks. 2.5 weeks. All right, but look forward to that. Look forward to that, guys. Look forward to that. Look forward to that. We are not doing a sleeping stream, dude. We're not doing a sleeping stream. Yo, Shrish, where did you go? Shrish, you gotta condense this, bro. We're gonna be here all day trying to condense this, or like unpack this comment. Let me see. Let me check something. Yo, Eli, do you want me to read this comment on stream? That is a wild message. Do you want me to read that on stream? Guys, this man Pokemon Red sent me something. Okay, this man Pokemon Red, he DM'd me. I'm not gonna pull it up because I don't want to show my other DMs. But Pokemon Red, he DM'd me and he said, I would like to wager one Bible from my personal collection for one bottle of Nico Robin bathwater that it's 2 worlds versus 3 worlds. I should take you up on that bet, because I firmly believe that it's 3 worlds. Because I mean, it literally says 3 worlds, right? It says 3 worlds. Let me see. And it's kind of like sectioned off in 3 different ways, three different worlds, 3 different chapters. I should take you up on that, but my problem is, Eli, is that I don't have, unfortunately, actually, maybe I shouldn't say unfortunately, that sounds kind of wrong. I don't have Nico Robin bathwater, all right? I don't have that in supply right now, okay? But what I can say is that 1138 claims that the story is split up into 3 chapters. So I don't think it's a coincidence that the story being split up into 3 chapters, that it's a coincidence that there's 3 worlds. I think it's very straightforward. 3 chapters for 3 worlds. The 3rd world, aka 3rd chapter, is modern day One Piece as well as the future, exactly like what Saul says here. Would you ever sell bathwater for money? Dude, hell no, man. Okay, Shrish says he summarized it below as a reply. All right, guys, let's look at what Shrish summarized it. Because Shrish, I hope you understand, but if I try to really dissect that comment and read it all, I'm not going to be able to read the rest of the chat, you know, and people aren't going to like that. So wait, are you sure? I don't see it as a reply. My theory, 1st chapter. Yeah, I see the comment right here, but I don't see a reply. Are you talking about this? Speculations? Are you talking about this? Because if you replied, I don't see it. There's no replies. Guys, we're not selling bathwater. What the hell is wrong with this chat? Yeah, I don't see. I just refreshed it. I don't see it. Are you talking about speculations? Eli being confident should let you know there's a high chance of you taking an L. Yo, I'm just as confident. I'm just as confident. The 3 worlds are reminiscent of Tolkien's 3 ages. The first ending after the destruction of 2 trees. The second ending after the events of One Ring. The third being the current day. That sounds interesting. I don't know what you're referring to, though. I'll have to look into Tolkien's 3 ages. Original Joy Boy had such good observation hockey that they saw the whole future and painted it on a tree. Yeah, but it's hard to say whether or not if Joy Boy is the kid that they're referring to. Yo, please don't say Jesus effing Christ. We're not using Jesus' name in vain in here. And I'm not going to ban you and I'm not going to time you out. But we're not going to ban you, mods. Don't ban them. Don't time them out. Don't do anything like that. We have free speech here, unless someone here is like literally like talking about grape and threatening and stuff like that, like super off, like unhinged things. We have free speech here, but using Christ's name in vain is stupid. He died for your sins. He is to be loved, respected, and revered. It's not a good idea. Just do better, brother. Mods, don't ban him or time him out or anything like that. He's allowed to say that. The guy who wrote the Lord of the Rings. Yeah, I've never even read Lord of the Rings, dude. I have no clue what Tolkien is. What were we saying? I lost track of what I was saying. You should sell stash hair. Dude, what the hell is wrong with you guys? This chat is so nasty, unhinged, gay. Guys, this chat is gay. Seriously, this chat is gay. You guys are asking for bathwater. You guys are asking for stash hair. You guys are dudes. I refuse to believe that there's more than one girl watching this stream. That's impossible. It's impossible. There's only one girl watching the stream. There's no way a woman would want to watch this content. What do you mean name in vain? Yeah, so using the Lord's name in vain is like you're not supposed to be calling on the Lord's name like out of anger and frustration, like if it's a tool or something, right? His name is to be loved, respected, and revered. And it's sacred, right? His name, calling upon him, that's sacred. It's meant to be treated as something sacred and holy, full of love. Like when you're angry trying to spout the name, that's not very loving, you know? But yeah. How would you know evil? You aren't the viewer. Wait, what do you mean how would I know I'm not the viewer? Bro, come on. There's no one's name. I mean, there's no one here that would be a woman, bro. Come on. You want me to pull up my channel analytics? Bro, let me pull up my channel analytics right now. Everyone type a percent below right now. I'm going to pull up my channel analytics and I'm going to look at what percentage of viewers are girls or women. Everyone comment down below. I'm looking at my audience right now. Put a percentage that you believe is women. I see it right now. I see the number right now, and I'm gonna have to screenshot it because my YouTube is gonna show other information that I do not want public. But I'm not gonna tamper with the screenshot, guys. I'm not gonna doctor it. Put your percentages. What percentage of viewers are women? Oh boy. Oh boy. Only one person in chat got it right so far. There's only one person in chat that has it correct. There's only one person that has it correct. I'm looking at all the numbers. Well, actually, technically 2 people. Well, actually 3, but they said it in a different way. Guys, 1% of you. Oh, wait. I screenshotted the wrong thing. Chat. I'm a bot. Hold on. I screenshotted the wrong thing. The number still remains the same. I just screenshotted the wrong thing. 1%. 1% of viewers are women. Yo, I'm telling you. I blame the chat. It is purely because of the chat, okay? It is the chat's fault. Look at how you guys act. Look at how you guys act. You know, in the past, like, I was talking to a bunch of YouTubers in a group chat and we were all like posting our, male to female ratio in, like a group chat. And I had one of the highest ratios. I think I had like 11% females. Bro, we dropped all the way from 11 to 1. Guys, it's bad, man. It's bad. Glad to be a part of the 1%. I do not believe you. There's only one girl in the chat and I'm not calling her out because if I do, you guys are going to start being weird. What's good, Jipod? He says, well, my partner's in the room with me as I watch the stream. So that's at least half a girl in the stream. Half a girl. That's funny. Do you think the age of pirates is parallel to the age of devil fruits that Emu didn't care about them? Oh, that's actually kind of interesting. Because the pirates, you know, there was one dude that caused everyone to become a pirate. They're all demons, evil pirates around the world. The whole age of pirates to flood the world. That could be like a play on one guy, you know, the force god, sending out all the demons, the devils, the devil fruits, right? Sending out the devil fruits and spreading the devil fruits to the world. That's actually really interesting. I like that. I like that, Jonathan. I like that. And you know what's funny is I think we were actually talking about that point in the long summary. I think that's what we mentioned in the long summary of the spoilers. So it's bad to mention Jesus, but half the dudes here want to sell bathwater. Totally normal. Yeah. So, you know, it's just, you got to draw a line somewhere. And I mean, I did rebuke people for the nasty, disgusting, vile, lustful activity. I did rebuke them. I did rebuke them. Do you think the meat part is about people or the seas that are going to reunite? So I would lean towards people because it seems like the context of meeting is people, right? They don't really mention seas here, right? Except sea god, but that doesn't count because it's an entity. So it's always in reference to people. So the earth god raged and with its serpent of hellfire shrouded the world in death and darkness and they will never meet. It seems to be referencing an entity, right? Earth god and serpent of hellfire. Then right here it says man killed the sun and became God and the sea God stormed, they will never meet. And then the third time it says the sun returns, because they just said sun God. The sun God dances and laughs, guiding the world to its end. The sun returns and brings a new morning, they will meet. So it's always in the reference of an entity, it's in the reference of a person. But moreover, is it only talks about meeting 3 times, right? They will never meet for the first world. They will never meet for the second world, and then they will never meet for a third world. Whereas the One Piece planet, Verth, has 4 seas: North Blue, East Blue, South Blue, West Blue. So it seems kind of strange that they would say they will never meet 3 times, but we know that there's 4 seas. You see what I'm saying? So if it was in reference to the seas of the One Piece world, there should have been a 4th world. There should have been a 4th mention of they will never meet again, but that's not the case. It's only 3 mentions. And again, tying that to what I just said a second ago, it's always in reference to an entity. The earth god raged, and with its serpent of hellfire shrouded the world in death and darkness, they will never meet. It's referencing the earth god and the serpent of hellfire. Then the second one, those of the moon dreamed, man killed the sun and became God, and the sea God stormed, and they will never meet. Again, referencing a person, entities. Then the third world, sun God dances and laughs, guiding the world to its end. The sun returns and brings a new morning. They will surely meet. It seems to be dealing with entities rather than the seas. That's how I understand it. Shrish says that he commented his takeaway. Guys, let's see what Mr. Shrish Hundal has to say, or I'm sorry, Mundal. See what he has to say about the 3 worlds. Also, guys, like the stream. How many likes are we at, guys? Let's hit 200 likes. Yo, I don't see the comment there, dude. Shrish Mandal, the comment's not there. I just pulled up the video like 5 seconds ago. The comment's not there. Unless you're saying that speculations is the summary. Are you saying that this is the summary? Like this part? This is the summary? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying that this is the summary? Maybe it's in a new comment. He said he replied to it though. It looks like there's only a few comments. People don't usually comment on the stream VODs. There's only 3. But yeah, I don't see the reply, bro, unless you're saying that this is what you're referring to. Spiritual Living says, do you have a Discord server? Yeah, I do. Mods, are you able to drop a link in the chat? Stream mods? If any mod can drop a link, an invite link to my Discord server, I would greatly appreciate that. I'll pin the message at the top of the stream chat for those of you that want to join the stream or join the Discord. Let's pull up this comment. This is an interesting comment. What if the whale in the mural is actually the Whitebeard pirates? Yeah, that's actually interesting. Again, I just have to fall back on my interpretation, where the right side is pre-Void Century. Everything beyond this, like everything right here, is pre-Void Century. The tree has nothing. It's just a void. Oda drew a big tree to block out information because it's the Void Century where information didn't leak out. And then the left side is post-Void Century, modern day One Piece into the future. And again, to those of you that have tuned in the past 30 minutes, you probably don't know how I came to this conclusion. So go to the beginning of the stream, watch in 2x speed to see how I came to this conclusion of pre-Void Century, post-Void Century, and I'm sorry, pre-Void Century, Void Century, and post-Void Century. Rewind to the beginning of the stream, play at 2x speed so you understand how I came to this conclusion. But if this is the post-Void Century, then I would understand that this is Laboon. This is Laboon. This is King / Seraphims. This is Luffy. This is Frankie or Emeth. I'm not sure who this would be. This would be Alabasta joining the Grand Fleet. This would be Wano. This would be the Grand Fleet. This would be Shirahoshi. This would be Minx. This would be Giants. This would be Gorosei and Holy Knights right here. This would be Emu. And yeah. Have you seen the elephant have... Oh, let me pull that up. Have you seen the elephant? Have you seen the elephant? Some have not, so I share. Yeah, appreciate you sharing that. We talked about that a few times. Just to quickly glance over it, because we talked about it a few times. You see oars here, so clearly this figure right here is pulling the oars. All right, this guy's pulling the oars, and the oars here is symbolizing how he's piloting whatever this is. Like this thing right here, this character's piloting it. So it could be the case that Emu piloted Zunisha. Perhaps Emu piloted Zunisha, then Emu gave Zunisha an order. Zunisha rejected the order, so Emu condemned Zunisha into an eternal punishment. OMG, that thing within the elephant looks like NL's moonboat. Yeah, so guys, you guys can let me know how you interpret the ships. Let me show you guys what I understand. We see two creatures here. We see two characters here. Then we see two more creatures here. I understand this as two of every creature going into the Noah's Ark, because that's the story of Noah's Ark in the Bible. Noah got some people. I think it was Noah's immediate family. Dawn of Ascension and Pokemon Red clarify that for me. And they got two, it says kind, right? They got two of every kind of animal and they put it on the boat. That's the story of Noah's Ark in the Bible. And this would be Noah's Ark. Whereas this would be Ark Maxim, NL's ship. And not only is it floating in the sky with oars, but we see this thunder strike right here, right? So if we go to NL in Skypiea, we know that when NL was on Ark Maxim, he was raining electricity all throughout Skypiea. Right here. Right here. NL was, again, he was on Ark Maxim, and he shot thunderbolts everywhere, just like Lulusia. So I would argue that Ark Maxim, let me pull up a picture of Ark Maxim. I would argue right here that Ark Maxim is the ship over here. This is Ark Maxim. It's flying in the sky and it's shooting down the thunder. This is Ark Maxim. And you know what makes it even more plausible is that Ark Maxim has oars coming out of like the bottom of the ship, exactly like this one, you see? Whereas Noah's Ark doesn't have that. This one doesn't have that. So this is Noah's Ark, two of each kind of animal, whereas this is Ark Maxim. Do you guys agree with that notion? And it's possible. This is more speculative, guys. This is more speculative. But Ark Maxim in itself could be some type of replicate to Pluton. But that's left field. That's speculation. You know, if you wanna argue that this is Pluton, the stronger argument is that it's Ark Maxim. Look, you even have this little opening right here. You see this little opening right here where I'm circling? You see that little opening? You guys see that? It's just like this opening right here. So yeah, I would say that the depiction of this being Ark Maxim has more legs to stand on than Pluton. This has more legs to stand on. Just like how this shoots down lightning. We know that NL was on Arc Maxim shooting down lightning. Just like how this one has oars coming out of like the side of the ship. Arc Maxim has oars coming out of the side of the ship. Just like how this one has some kind of like concave opening. Arc Maxim has a cave opening. But the thing is can you tell me what Pluton looks like? Show me a manga panel that describes what Pluton looks like. To those of you that believe it's Pluton, if you think that this right here is Pluton, I challenge you, show me an official manga panel that describes how it looks like Pluton. And as I said, I've already said this before. We know that NL designed Arc Maxim, right? The gold right here on Arc Maxim was because NL took the gold from Shandora, right? So it could be possible that Arc Maxim is based on something else. But notice how that's more speculative. That's more speculative. That's more of a theory, right? But what we can say is that Arc Maxim looks exactly like this. So it makes more sense to say that, yes, this is Arc Maxim. But evil, even though I concede and I believe that this is Arc Maxim, my next argument, evil, is that NL, based on Arc Maxim, whether he had blueprints or not, he based it off of Pluton or even Uranus. It could be Uranus as well, because Uranus seems to be something flying in the sky that needs an energy source. Uranus is something in the sky that needs an energy source. It's not that Mother Flame is flying in the sky, right? It's not the case that Mother Flame flies in the sky. That's not the case. The case is that whatever it is flying in the sky uses Mother Flame. And I'm gonna have to pull up a bunch of panels from Egghead to explain that. But you guys know, to those of you that have been watching the stream for some time, that we've explained that many, many, many times on the channel. Let's see. Let's go to like 1067. Okay, Mr. See, Mandal, this is like, it's becoming confusing, you know? It's like, go check the last stream, it's in the comments, but then it's in the comments and it needs to be summarized. Hold on, let me see. Guys, let's hit 200 likes, guys. Let's hit 200 likes. We're at 165. Come on, guys, we could do it. We could do it. 200 likes, guys. 200 likes. 200. Everyone like the stream. Like the stream. Bro, your comment isn't even there anymore. Now your comment disappeared. Oh my goodness. All right, Shrish. I don't know what's going on, brother, but you got to figure this out. Maybe just get the comment, like condense it and paste it in the server. Paste it into my Discord, because, you know, it's not working out, brother. Now the comment's gone. Yeah, I'm sorry you're going through this frustration. We got Mr. MD Luffy. Thank you, brother, with the $2 super chat. God bless you, brother. Thank you. MD Luffy says, Luffy, free world from Emu. Blackbeard takes hell from Emu. Luffy frees the world from Emu, but Blackbeard takes hell. Yeah, I want to know what you mean by that. What do you mean by he takes hell from Emu? Because if Emu's bringing hell into the world and Luffy's freeing people from hell, doesn't that mean that Luffy took hell from Emu? Because you're saying that Blackbeard took hell from Emu. So that means Emu has hell. Emu brings hell. Emu put the world in hell. But then you said Luffy takes hell, or Luffy frees world from Emu. And I would just fall back on my take that Blackbeard, guys, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I could ever be convinced out of this. And it's not because I have my head in the sand. It's not because I'm digging my feet into sand. I'm not trying to dig my feet in the dirt. It just seems very clear to me that Blackbeard is a stumbling block for the Pirate King plotline, whereas Emu is the stumbling block for world liberation plotline. It's just everything about Emu, everything about Blackbeard. That's what it all points to. That's what it all points to. Luffy defeats Emu. Luffy receives the shine. The spotlight's on Luffy by defeating Emu and liberating the world. Just like how when Luffy defeated Dressrosa, or defeated Doflamingo, he liberated Dressrosa. That's like Luffy defeating Emu and liberating the world. Just like how Luffy defeated Doflamingo, Luffy defeats Emu, right? So that's my take on it. But MD Luffy, let me know if I misunderstood your comment. Thank you for the super chat, brother. Sky whales exist. Cover chapter 717. Let me check that out. Seven-hour stream? Nah, no way. Interesting. Is that a flying whale? Is that a flying whale? Yo, did any mods post an invite link to the Discord? I need a mod to post an invite link to the Discord, and I'm gonna pin it in the stream chat so we could get let's get Sharish Mandal to post his comment on the server. Dawn of Ascension says Poseidon has Noah's Ark, Pluton is a warship, therefore Uranus would have to be an ark or a ship connected to it too, following that pattern. Yeah, we've talked about that in videos years ago, but I don't know. I don't really know what to add to it. You know, I don't know what to add to it. Thank you, Simon. Guys, if you want to join my Discord server and share your theories with me and share your theories with the chat, I need you guys to join the Discord. Also, bro, I put a poll at the top of the stream chat. Have you liked the stream? 80% of people said yes, which, by the way, the percent should be higher than 80. Why did 20% of you guys say no? Even though it's 80%, there's 237 votes. How do we not have 250 likes or 200 likes on the stream? 237 people voted. How do we not have 200 likes on the stream, guys? 200 likes, guys. 200 likes. Everyone like the stream, guys. Every like counts. We're trying to grow the community. We're trying to share our theories. We're trying to spread the name of Jesus Christ. We're trying to do good, guys. Everyone like the stream. If you like the stream, it's free. It takes you a second. It takes you one click, and we could grow this community. Guys, I need to pee again. That's interesting, though. A flying whale. A flying whale. Perhaps that could coincide with the whale we see on the mural, right? Maybe that flying whale is this guy. But, you know, that still doesn't stop. That doesn't stop the concept of a modern day flying whale. Maybe because of maybe there's a whale, whether it's Pluton or whether it's Uranus or whether it's Laboon. Maybe there's someone using a flying whale to fly, right? Kind of like Shiki was making things fly. Do you like Blackbeard's design or Loki's design? Yo, guys, everyone comment down below. Who has the better design, Blackbeard or Loki? I don't know. Like, I feel like if I say Loki, people will say, oh, recency bias. And then if people say Blackbeard, they're like, oh, of course you would say Blackbeard. He's been in the story since forever. He's a sick character. I don't know. If I try to put all my biases to the side, Loki or Blackbeard being a cooler design. I mean, design-wise, maybe Loki. I think like in terms of like character, it's Blackbeard. But in terms of design, maybe Loki. But guys, I'm going to run to the restroom, okay? I need a pee. Everyone like the stream. Comment down below what number like you were. And also comment down below who has the better design, guys. Loki or Blackbeard, okay? I'm gonna go pee. All right. So, see guys. Oh, whoops, my camera just froze. I just banged my knee into the camera. Oops. Guys, this is why you need to urinate, right? Because when you guys are peeing, you guys come up with really good ideas, okay? That's a secret to making theories, guys, peeing. Believe it or not, because something that also just occurred to me, right? Another reason that you could argue that the left side is post Void Century, that it lines up with how Saul said the story is 3 chapters and the 3rd chapter is right now as well as the future, is most One Piece fans, if not everyone, would agree that Luffy unites races, right? So if this was modern day society, that means Luffy's uniting himself with Seraphim King, with whales, with whatever this is, with robots and mecha, with the Wano, with the Sea Kings, with the Tantaras, with the Minks, with the giants, ancient giants. This would fit modern day One Piece world. Luffy's uniting the races. Do you pee standing up or sitting down? Dude, what kind of question is that? What the hell kind of question is that? Are you a Zoro fan or are you a Sanji fan? You should have just asked it that way. Stash check? All right, guys, stash check. Guys, are we passing the test? Do we pass? Do we pass? Are we passing? A little off? What do you mean a little off? What do you mean? Oh, we got L in the chat. Yo, so there's going to be there's 2 viewers. We got 2 supporters with the name L. Oh, no. Yeah, this being Yamato is kind of interesting because there's only one Seraphim right now, right? Which that would mean that this is King, right? So could this be Yamato? I mean, we literally see what appears to be Wano right here, right? Wano's right here. Do you think the One Piece is depicted in a mural? Bro, that would be absolutely mind-blowing. I don't think so. My theory on what Luffy's true dream is and what the One Piece is, I still stand by it. And I don't see it anywhere on this mural. And even if I put that to the side, I don't see anything here that could be the One Piece. Now, if Oda showed us the One Piece through this mural, that would probably be the most mind-blowing thing in One Piece history. If this mural somehow depicted the One Piece treasure, that would be the most mind-blowing thing ever. I don't think so, right? But that's just what I think. You know, guys, it's kind of interesting how Oda never did anything with the Three-Eyed Tribe. The Three-Eyed Tribe. Because you would think that if I was wrong, you would think that if, no, Evil, you're wrong. This isn't post-Void Century, Evil. That makes no sense. Wouldn't you think that the Three-Eyed Tribe was fighting with Luffy, or I'm sorry, with original Joy Boy or Nika in the Void Century? Wouldn't you think that was the case? Or what about the Buccaneers? Wouldn't you think that the Buccaneers participated in the Void Century War? The funny thing is I don't see the Buccaneers anywhere here. This is an ancient giant. This is probably Loki. It's funny how we don't see a Buccaneer here. That's one. Two, we don't see a Three-Eyed Tribe member here. So again, that leans more towards this being future One Piece. Because if this was Void Century War, where are the Buccaneers? Where is the Three-Eyed Tribe, who presumably helped Luffy? So if you guys, again, I've said this numerous times already, if you guys have tuned into the stream in the past, like maybe I would say an hour now, if you guys have started watching the stream in the past hour and you have no clue why I marked this mural as in pre-time skip, pre-Void Century, Void Century, and post-Void Century, if you have no clue why I did that, go to the beginning of the stream and just watch like the first 30 minutes at 2x speed so you can understand why I marked it as pre-Void Century, Void Century, and then post-Void Century. All right, guys? That's why, see, that's why I began the stream there. You got to be able to understand the foundation and the framework of the mural to then look at what these creatures are, what these beings are, what this dragon is, what this giant is, who this Nika is, who this demon monster is. You need to understand, what are we looking at in general? Like, what are we looking at? The Buccaneer is Nika? The Buccaneer is Nika. I mean, I'm not sure exactly how that would work. You can explain that a little bit more to me. But yeah, I mean, it seems pretty clear that this is this right here is modern day One Piece, and these guys that we see are drawn like how we would imagine the Ancient Kingdom Void Century War to look like. But that's because these guys are the remnants. These guys are the descendants of the ones that came before them. So Luffy is the descendant of Nika. This is the new, or this girl right here is the new Poseidon. This is the modern day Wano. This is the modern day Alabasta. I'm unsure if this is Frankie or Emeth, because it's not clear that Emeth is destroyed or not. I'm still not sure. Maybe this is Yamato. This could be Laboon, King. I don't see Straw Hats or Sunny. Yeah, that's probably why. I don't remember who it was, guys. Who was it in chat that said that the sword would be Zoro and Sanji would be the shield. I don't remember who that was, but it is kind of funny when you think of it like that, because there's been so many instances in One Piece where Sanji acts as a shield, or Sanji acts as like a deflection mechanism, right? Didn't Sanji like block Kizaru's attacks? We've seen Sanji block Big Mom's attacks, right? So in a way, Sanji is like a shield, and moreover, like Sanji's supposed to be the wings of the Pirate King, or the wings of Luffy. Zoro is supposed to be the wings of Luffy, so it's kind of funny how there's like a sword and a shield. There's like two things that go with Nika, right? Two things, as in like two wings. Because like Zoro is not a literal wing, right? Zoro is a human. It's metaphorical. Zoro's metaphorically a wing of Luffy. Sanji's metaphorically a wing of Luffy. I wanted to pull up that comment. If it's the modern day One Piece, that Lunarian in the sky can't be king. It'd have to be the Seraphim. So my response to that is that the Seraphim are in line with the world government, right? We see that the world government, for an example, they sent S Flamingo after Cross Guild, right? We see even Seraphim going to Amazon Lily. It's pretty clear that the Seraphim are controlled by either Vegapunk and co, or the world's government. So when we see how this Seraphim is with Nika and all these guys, and they're opposing this monster, it doesn't seem that the Seraphim would be on Luffy's side if this is modern day One Piece. But if this was King, that makes far more sense. We said this earlier, because Kaido and King spoke a lot about Joy Boy, and they hold Joy Boy in high regard, right? King and Kaido hold Joy Boy in high regard. So if they know that Luffy defeating Kaido would point to Luffy being Joy Boy, it would make sense that they would want to assist Joy Boy. Remember Kaido's whole speech about Joy Boy? Like, I gotta be Joy Boy, or if I'm not Joy Boy, whoever defeats me is Joy Boy. Well, Luffy defeated Kaido, right? King believes in Joy Boy. So if we're looking how these guys are clearly one faction, look, all these guys are clearly one faction going against this monster, then you would have to say that the Lunarian winged guy right here, for some reason, Seraphim are now working with Luffy. And I wouldn't subscribe to that. I would subscribe to King working with Luffy, especially if King knows that Luffy's Joy Boy. King has to have information on how the Lunarians were erased by the world government, right? King, just like Marco, King would know that his people, the Lunarians, were eradicated by the current world government. So if King knows that Luffy is Joy Boy and there's going to be a final war, Luffy and Dragon are leading the war against the Celestial Dragons, that's more of a reason for King to assist Luffy. You get what I'm saying? Versus, for some reason, no, that never happens. Oda abandons King and Kaido. Instead, somehow, the Seraphim work with Luffy. Like, that just the latter seems far more of a reach. Spiritual Living says, check my theory. All right, guys, if we're posting theories, I'm just warning you guys. Guys, we can't do entire essays because we're going to be there for hours. And if I read an essay, then I'm not going to be able to read the chat. So this one doesn't look too long. Mysticus says, Emu is the crowned person facing the Eve tree. I agree with that. This character right here, I agree with that. The enslaved and the people are holding their dreams / desires. They die, and I believe many of their souls are absorbed by the Eve tree. The Eve tree is the devil fruit tree, sprouting from people's dreams and desires. I like that. I like that. The Eve tree is directly above Fishman Island. It grows through the red line. On top of the tree is Emu's garden. Yeah, I agree with that. We can see roots. I call it the Garden of Eden. The Shabandi trees are also white, just like the trees in Jaya. The Eve tree is a giant white tree. The roots go down into the magma chambers, also most likely. And in Norse lore, the tree has realms in the roots that look like bubbles. Fishman Island is a large bubble that is under the roots of Sunlight Tree Eve that gives light to the island. It's possible that the undying flame / sun was absorbed into the Eve tree too. I have way more too. The Noah is depicted at the bottom right of the tree because the Noah is with Fishman Island, which is right below the Eve tree under the red line. That's interesting. I didn't think of it like that. That's really, really interesting because we see like, look, the top of the tree is like right about here, right? This is like the top of the tree, but notice how the arc is lower, right? That's interesting. I agreed with that being Noah's Ark, but I didn't think of it like that. That's an interesting way of putting it. Depending on the translation, I would say either the dragon or Emu is a forest god. It says tamed or summoned devils. Emu took control of the devil fruit tree and can summon the Gorosei. I believe the forest is the great white holy forest, Shabandi Jaya, and the evil tree is the forest. I believe in the past, Jaya was connected to the Eve tree, but Joy Boy or the ancient giants pulled it away. We had lore about continent pullers and thriller bark. The Jaya trees are called holy trees, and Emu is in the Holy Land with the top of the Eve tree. Nice theory. Guys, can we get some W's in chat? Some fire emojis, some salutes to the boy. His name on Discord is Mysticus, but his name in stream chat is Spiritual Living. Guys, can we get some W's for the boy Spiritual Living? Cooking a theory. So interestingly enough, like I agree with like a lot of these takes. It's just kind of funny because you spun this in a different way from how I was pitching it today, because I was saying that if you look here, these guys carrying these things, right? I was arguing that that's the forbidden sun, right? We see here it says that mankind succumbed to greed. They were greedy and they touched the forbidden sun. So I argued that they're touching the forbidden sun. They're touching Mother Flame. They're greedy over like this infinite energy source. But it's kind of interesting that you spun it into dreams and desires, because I do have a video, you guys already know what I'm about to pull up, from years ago, where I talk about how Sunlight Tree Eve is probably the tree for devil fruits. And I'll even raise you one, Spiritual Living, because you said, or you mentioned, I should say, the trees in Jaya, right? You mentioned that the Jaya trees are holy trees. You know what's interesting is that it's not necessarily Jaya, it's more Shandora, but you have the same conclusion either way. The Shandian trees, it's stated that they have souls within them. So if you try to like parallel that with Sunlight Tree Eve, yeah, it would kind of make sense that these guys put their souls into the tree and it bore fruits, right? So those trees in Shandora have souls within it, maybe similar to how the Sunlight Tree Eve could have souls within it. But let me pull up a video, because I have a video you guys know from years ago talking about a devil fruit tree. So I'll raise you one, Spiritual Living. I'll raise you one. Let's check this out, guys. Let's check this out. So this is from January 7th, 2023. So this is about 2 years old, okay?
Did you know in the earliest version of One Piece, Romance Dawn, Shanks said that devil fruits come from the illusion tree? Oda has blood on his hands because he's been trying to wipe that panel off the internet for years. Now you might be thinking, so what? It's just an early version of One Piece. So what? Well, explain to me why there's a tree in Hinduism that sprouted from the ocean floor and reached up to the height of a mountain. And it's even stated that making wishes at this tree produces magical fruits that the Deva clan had a war over. This theory video is going to leave you mind blown because I'm about to spoil one of the biggest Garp. It's a really cool
Let's go here.
It has a lot of cool details like Luffy eating the fruit. We see Shanks, we see Garp. It's a really cool, interesting thing to go check out. Now, for the most part, everything in Romance Dawn pretty much remained the same in the final version of One Piece, except one crucial detail. In Romance Dawn, Shanks says that devil fruits come from the illusion tree.
In Romance Dawn, the prototype to One Piece, which you literally see Shanks right here. You see his crew. Garp is in Romance Dawn. Obviously, Luffy's in Romance Dawn. They say that the Gomu Gomu no Mi was stolen from an enemy ship, and that's exactly what happened in the official One Piece. Obviously, we know that Shanks stole the Nika fruit from a Cypher Pole ship, but it's interesting because in the prototype Romance Dawn, it says that the fruit is from the illusion tree, right? So Oda already had an idea of devil fruits coming from a tree, right? That's already a thing that Oda not only knows about, but also expressed, right? So spiritual living, it's kind of interesting that like you kind of took that and you applied it to the mural. I find it really, really interesting because you took that and applied it to the mural where like these guys have their dreams, their wills, their souls or whatever, and they gave their souls, their dreams or whatever to Emu right here, because I do agree that this guy right here is Emu, and plus there's 19 people. I do agree with that notion. You also pointed out the tree. I 100% agree with that notion. So it's really interesting because like I want to say that I agree with everything you said, but like you, how do I say this? You know, I'm not saying you did this. I'm just saying this to explain how I feel. You took a theory that I had and combined it with the mural. Now, again, I'm not saying you literally went and took my theory and applied it. I'm not saying that, but in a sense, like you took my theory from devil fruits originating from Sunlight Tree Eve, and then you applied it to the mural. Whereas, you know, I was looking at this because they said mankind succumbed to greed and touched the forbidden sun. I didn't interpret this as dreams or like souls or whatever. I interpreted it as Mother Flame. Like these guys stole it from this area right here. They stole Mother Flame, this energy source, from the ancient kingdom. I really like that. Spiritual living. I really like that. That's a really awesome theory, brother. Yeah, spiritual living. In no way am I saying that you literally watched the video and you took it. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is it's kind of funny because like in a sense it's like there's that one theory I had and then like you could apply it to the mural, you know? Spiritual living. I really like that theory. It's just like one hurdle I'm trying to get over because I have no bias, right? I think it's important to always be open and shift your perspective and shift your theories and predictions to what's most likely. So like I'm never going to be biased and I'm never going to say like, oh, well, I already have this theory about something, so I'm going to stick to it. Like I've never thought of it like that because for me, I always want to put out theories and support theories that I believe is true. Like I bet on what's going to be correct. So with that being said, the hurdle for me, spiritual living, is that they talk about a forbidden sun. Mankind succumbed to greed and touched the forbidden sun. So when we see these guys right here carrying around a star, and we know like the sun is a really big star, right? It makes me think like, could their dreams be like a forbidden sun? Like if these guys are giving their dreams to Sunlight Tree Eve or giving their dreams to Emu, is that them giving the forbidden sun? Like them touching the forbidden sun? Like that's a hurdle for me. It seems like it makes more sense that they're actually passing around Mother Flame. You get me? But that's just a hurdle right now. I could shift my perspective. I could look at it different ways and I could be like, oh yeah, you know what? Maybe this is their dreams. Maybe this is their spirit. Maybe this is their soul. Maybe it is not Mother Flame because of this interpretation or because of that interpretation. I'll have to think about that some more, but I really like this theory, guys. Can we get a round of applause for the man SL? I co-sign this. Now I wouldn't put my chips on this theory. Like if there was a gun to my head and I had to choose, I'm not there yet. I need to think some more because of the Forbidden Sun thing, but it is an awesome theory. That's probably one of my favorite takes that I've seen this stream so far. Out of everything we talked about, really good theory. Spiritual Living says, I think the forbidden sun might be the undying flame. And like you said, the sun is talked about in all three worlds. Yeah, so I think it's important to look at the context of when you talk about the sun, right? Because, you know, the context of the sun might be different than the context of the sun in the third world might be a different sun, or like a different meaning of sun than the first world. Because we see right here, on the third world, I can't go back enough. It says the sun god dances and laughs, guiding the world to its end. The sun returns and brings a new morning. So it seems like sun in that context, it could be Nika, as well as bringing light to the world, bringing a new dawn. But then the sun here is a bit different. I think it was actually, yeah, then the sun, like forbidden sun here, is different from the third one, you know? So I think it might depend on context, you know? Like one person might say, yeah, I have this great sun of an energy, referencing Mother Flame. But then someone else can talk about like, yeah, Luffy's the sun of the world because he's bringing a new dawn. You see how like the same word can have different meanings depending on the context? I think the forbidden sun's probably the undying flame. Remember, the Mother Flame is a weak imitation. Yeah, so I still would say, like, I get what you're saying, Spiritual Living, by let me feature your message so people can read it on the chat or on the screen. I see what you're saying, but like, you know, in a sense, like Mother Flame is still that energy source, even if it's like a small amount of it, or like a poor, like maybe not like a full replication. It's still kind of pointing you to the idea that there's like this infinite sun resource. You get what I'm saying? Alexander says, why you stop making videos and just stream? Yeah, so it's just because I don't have crazy mind-blowing things to reveal through videos. So with videos, I don't want to force theories. I don't want to force content. That's the very short way of explaining it. Jonathan says, the reason why I say that Nika is a buccaneer is because the third world hasn't been made by the kings from today. Second, explains how they know of Nika and explains why Emu hates that race. Yeah, but I mean, we still kind of fall back on the idea that they said that the story, they talk about how the mural, right? The first world, second world, third world, they talk about how it's a story, right? Split into 3 chapters. See, like, that's why I keep saying over and over and over, like, for people to refresh the stream, because otherwise, like, I'm gonna have to keep like saying it. They say the story is split into 3 chapters, and it even says that the third chapter, they say the third chapter describes the world we live in today. It's about something that's gonna happen in the future. So I don't think that this would mean that it's the past. It means that it's the world we live in today, and it's about something that's going to happen in the future. So it's talking about modern day One Piece. It's talking about this being Luffy. And I know you could argue, like, why does this Nika depiction have dark skin? I don't know how closely we should be looking at that, because even this giant has dark skin. Are there any giants that have dark skin aside from Oars? But Oars is dead, right? So, you know, I just, me personally, I can't subscribe to this being a buccaneer. I think it's Luffy. And also, guys, was it 1137 where we got the new Nika silhouette, and Nika was like, he was black in the silhouette, it was dark? Was it 1137 or was it 1130? It might be 1136. This one, right? I don't think that this means it's a buccaneer. Also, isn't the concept of a buccaneer, isn't it that like they're bigger than average humans? Like they're not a giant, like their ancestry is connected to giants' ancestry. I think they share a common ancestor, but I don't think they explicitly said that buccaneers were dark. Like doesn't no, Bonnie doesn't have buccaneer DNA. I don't think we can jump to a conclusion and say that buccaneers have dark skin. What's your quote again? It was like those who hate the truth. Yeah, the truth is hate to those who hate the truth. Four-hour stream loading, is that a new record? Nah, we've done a 24-hour stream before. When I said Zoro 100,000 times, I think that was like 13 hours. Probably like years ago, probably did like a 7-8 hour chapter reaction stream. Definitely not a record. I think the other day, guys, was it I don't think it was the chapter reaction stream. It might have been the short summary or maybe the long summary. It was a few streams ago. We went like 5 hours or something like that. Yeah, in Avatar, they also learned fire bending from the dragons, and the dragons created an undying flame that never ends. All right, guys, I think we're going to be wrapping up here soon because we do have spoilers tomorrow, most likely, guys. We most likely have spoilers tomorrow. I'm excited, guys. 11:39. Should we talk about the spoilers really quick? Like the hints? Like we might as well, right? Actually, let's not do that actually, because some people might be watching the stream for the mural, not wanting to see the spoilers. So let's actually not do that. But guys, we on my server, if you guys join my Discord server, we do have hints to 11:39. Guys, please do not post hints right now. Do not talk about the hints. We have a spoiler actually. One if you guys go on my Discord server, go to the channel that's called New Spoilers. We actually have one detail so far. It's pretty good. It's pretty wild. But yeah, guys, we should be live tomorrow with the short summary spoilers. Hopefully tomorrow. We usually get it with we usually get it on Tuesdays. Tomorrow's Tuesday. Then of course we'll go live with the long summary spoilers. Then we'll top it off with a chapter reaction after that. We got Mr. Blackbeard Propagandist with the 5. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you for supporting, brother. God bless you, man. He says, evil, this mural reminds me of the real-life book Giga Codex. Wonder if there will be a magic book Gorosei use to use black magic, maybe called 5 magics. Yeah, I really like the idea that the Gorosei use black magic. I've talked about this many times, but in the official translations of chapter 1094, it says that the Gorosei use a magic circle, right? Magic circle, right? And then we know on Brooks' time skip, Namakura Island, we know that these guys were using black magic and they were trying to summon in Satan and they were selling their souls. And that this symbol right here is exactly like how the Gorosei have that gold symbol in the Room of Authority. You see this? You see that right here? It's pretty much the same symbol. So yeah, I 100% subscribe to the idea that the Gorosei use magic and black magic. But I think the key detail here is that even if the Gorosei use magic, even if the Gorosei use black magic, that doesn't mean they don't use devil fruits. In fact, I would argue there's more of a reason that the Gorosei would take advantage of everything at their disposal. The Gorosei take advantage of haki. The Gorosei take advantage of devil fruits, and they take advantage of magic. Whereas Shanks only takes advantage of haki. Kaido takes advantage of haki and devil fruits. But being that the Gorosei and Imu control the world and they bring the world into darkness and suffering, they create an eclipse in the world. The Gorosei and Imu act as an eclipse. They're a moon blocking the sun to bring darkness into the world. These guys use everything: haki, devil fruits, and black magic. And Mr. Nine makes a good point too. We've talked about that before. Mrs. Golden Week using magic. Yeah, because even with her paintbrush, that definitely seems like some magic as well. But then we also have, like you guys know, towards the beginning of Elbaf, they were using like the sunstones, and people were pointing out that maybe the sunstones in Elbaf is somehow connected to the paint or the paintbrush that Miss Golden Week uses at Little Garden. It's something to think about. All right, guys, what's good, D? I'm glad to see you, brother. Guys, how many likes are we going to end the stream off at? How many likes? How many likes are we ending the stream at? How many likes? Yeah, Simon, Django uses hypnosis. Tay, I'm sorry, man. We've been here for how long? When did we go live? I think we went live at around 1:15, give or take 1:20. So we've been live for around 4 hours. And guys, don't cry, man. We're going to be going live tomorrow because the short summary should be dropping tomorrow. The long summary should be dropping the day after tomorrow. And then the chapter should be dropping the day after that. Zedeko says, them Buccaneers are legendary. The only ones who have beaten them, Mighty Chiefs, in the Super Bowls. Or Super Bowl. Yeah, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Guys, how many likes are we ending the stream at? Gingish says, surely this time they will meet. That to me is two Sovereign meeting again, aka Luffy and Shirahoshi. Yeah, so that's kind of interesting because we know that the Sovereign at Fishman Island, was it Roger's flashback in Wano? I think it was Roger's flashback in Wano. They talk about the Sovereign meeting, and then now, of course, we see how in the first world it says they will never meet. Second world says they will never meet. But then the third world, which is supposed to end the world, says they will surely meet. So the two Sovereign, which seem to be Luffy and Shirahoshi, them meeting at the end of the world, them meeting on the third world. Yeah, that does kind of line up with the Sovereign. L says 177. Guys, can we get 23 more likes before we end the stream? And L, I think I saw you say earlier that you were sick. L, I'll be praying for you in your recovery, man. I think something's going around, bro. L, something's going around. People are getting sick. I feel like some kind of a sinus infection in myself. Guys, we got to drink water. Take vitamin C. Go get some emergency. Try to drink some lemon water. We got to fight off these illnesses. You know, COVID was a scam. They're trying to put all these things in our food, all these things in our air. Like almost 50% of Americans are obese. I think they put chemicals and they put substances into our food to not make us only obese, but they want to make us obese, dumb, uninspired, and weak. So we gotta try our best to avoid fast food. We gotta try our best to eat as clean as we can, as raw as we can. And I know that's very, very difficult, you know, but we gotta try our best because they want us to be subservient. They want us to be subservient. The more overweight we are, the less we want to be a leader and fight back. The more like tired we are all day and uninspired and just lackluster, just beta energy, the less we stand up and fight against tyranny. And One Piece is a story about governmental tyranny, people coming together and fighting back. You know, we talk about this all the time. So, you know, we gotta take Oda seriously when he writes One Piece. Is Trump Emu? Nah, I think Emu is probably like a Rothschild member. Emu is like Nathan Rothschild or something like that. Emu is Nathan Rothschild's. Imu created this false holy land by stealing land, just like how Nathan Rothschild and like the Rothschild dynasty, Baron, whatever, they stole Palestinian land to make their own holy land. And the Rothschilds taking this holy land of Palestine and making it the home of Jews, God's chosen people, is exactly like how Imu takes this holy land from the Lunarians and says that this land is for celestial dragons, the gods of the world. So we got God's chosen people, which is just complete garbage, versus the gods of this world. So I think like Imu is like Nathan Rothschild, you know, because Oda put so much thought into this, guys. You know, like Oda looks into Hinduism, Oda looks into Christianity, Oda looks into Roman mythology, Greek mythology, Oda looks into Norse mythology, right? Oda looks into all these things in the real world, then he applies it to One Piece. So if one of the most important things in One Piece is a secret group that controls the world, then Oda most likely looked at the protocols of the learned elders of Zion. Oda looked at things like the Talmud. Oda looked at things like the Freemasons. Oda looked at things like Illuminati, the Deep State. Oda obviously looked into these things. Why would one of the most important, biggest things of One Piece be a secret group that controls the world in the shadows? But Oda didn't take any time to do research. I find that very hard to believe, because when Oda did Wano, he obviously looked a lot into his own country of Japan. When Oda is doing Elbaf, we go on break because Oda needed to research more about Norse mythology. Oda looks into the real world, right? So if one of the biggest plot devices is that there's an evil, tyrannical group of people or person in the world that controls the world, then clearly he had to get inspiration from the real world. And what I would say what I would say for the inspiration is not Donald Trump. Do people actually think Donald Trump rules the world? That's so stupid. No offense. It's not Donald Trump, dude. What I would say as the inspiration for this secret guy in the shadows and this elite group that has all the money. We see celestial dragons throwing like millions of berries at Shirahoshi and trying to buy people in slave auction. It's clearly that Imu and his dynasty has some type of inspiration from the Rothschilds dynasty. The celestial dragons are Jews. Sun god Nika, the son of God, is Jesus. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. And then you got the Marines acting as the dogs of the world government, kind of like how America is just the dog of Israel. You see how America is completely controlled by AIPAC. You can call out anybody in the world, but the moment you call out AIPAC in Israel, then you get completely eradicated. You get Leluciad, right? It's literally the same thing. Yeah, you know, you can sit there and talk about how the white man, you know, the white man is the devil. White people control everything. You're not allowed to be proud to be white. If you have white pride, you're an evil person. But then if you have Mexican pride, you're a great person. You're not allowed to have white pride because that makes you a terrible person. It's racist. But then if you have black pride, it's not. It's just completely hypocrisy. And the reason for this is because of Jewish elitism, Jewish supremacy. It's the same. Like when you look at authors, look at the authors for people who write white hate books. They're all Jewish. All of them. They're all Jewish. Dying on whiteness, white like me, uprooting racism, white awareness, white lies, angry white men, white trash, white shift. It's all written by Jews. So, anyways, I completely lost track. Yeah, it's Oda got some inspiration. Oda most definitely read the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion. Oda definitely read that. Who was it? Henry Ford. Henry Ford, bro. Have you guys heard of Henry Ford? Surely you guys know who Henry Ford is, right? Even Henry Ford co-signed that. There's nothing that the international blank fears so much as the truth or any hints of the truth about himself or his plans. Let me see. I need to find this one right here. The only statement I care to make about the protocols, he's referring to protocols of Learned Elders of Zion, is that they fit in with what's going on. And I mean, if you open your eyes, it's pretty clear, right? Look at 703 color spread for huge synagogue of Satan reference. Yeah, Revelation 2 verse 9, Revelation 3 verse 9. I know your tribulations and your poverty, but yet you are rich. And I know the slander of those who say they are Jews, but are not, and are a synagogue of Satan. Guys, I got two questions. Who are the people that say they're Jews? Okay, because I know your tribulations and your poverty, but yet you are rich. And I know the slander of those who say they are Jews and are not, but are a synagogue of Satan. So question number one, who says they're Jews? Can anyone tell me? What group of people says that they're Jewish? Does anyone know? Let me see. It's Jews. Europeans? It's Jews. Jews say that they're Jewish. Now, my next question. Guys, who goes to a synagogue? Who goes to a synagogue? Jews. It's because they're not actually Jewish. If they were Jewish, they would fulfill everything St. Paul writes about in Romans. For he is not a Jew who is one outwardly, nor is circumcision merely outward in the flesh, but he is a Jew who is one inwardly, who is circumcised inward and serves God by his spirit, serving God. And then if you it's talking about circumcision, right? The spiritual circumcision. You tie that to Philippians 3 verse 3, where Paul writes, for we are the true circumcision, meaning Christians. He was writing to Christians. For we are the true circumcision, we who serve God by his spirit and boast in Christ Jesus. The real Jews are, so the problem is that people don't even know what Jew is because people hate Christianity and people hate the Bible and they don't do their research. They don't know history. So let's rewind like 2100 years ago. There was a group of people that worshiped the great I am. They worshiped I am who I am. They worshiped Yahweh, and they had Moses. They had all the prophets. These guys who worshiped God, they believed in Yahweh. Okay. God the Father ended up sending his son. And a lot of those Jews ended up believing in the Son. And the Son, Jesus Christ, brought a new covenant. So a bunch of the Jews who believed in Jesus took up the cross. They carried their cross and they followed Jesus. And they were then labeled as an alienated sect of Jewish people. And they were hunted down and killed. They were Jews because they already believed in the Father, and Jews were awaiting a Messiah. And the Messiah is Jesus Christ. So now you have these Jews who take up Jesus and they still proclaim to be Jewish because they follow Jesus. But the problem is that not all Jews took up Jesus's new covenant. A lot of the Jews remained being Jewish. So we see in the New Testament of the Bible how Paul, again, he writes that being circumcised is inward. Being a Jew is inward. It's not about the flesh. It's not about the traditions. It's not about the hat. It's not about the synagogue. It's not about the hand rub. It's not about the usury. It's not about the centralized banks. It's not about the zitza. It's not about bombing Palestinians. It's not about kissing a wailing wall. It's not about any of that. It's inward. And then he goes on in Philippians 3 to say, we are the true circumcision, meaning we are the true Jews, we who serve God by his spirit and boast in Christ Jesus. Because if you were truly Jewish, yes, you would worship Yahweh, but then you would worship the Messiah that they're waiting for, which is Jesus. So what ended up happening is that these Jews who followed Jesus had to take up a new name, which was already prophesied in the book of Isaiah. We see how twice in Isaiah, God says that he's going to give his people a new name, and that new name is Christian. So inwardly, we're spiritually Jewish, and outwardly, we call ourselves Christians. So if you don't worship the Son of the Father, and that son being Jesus, then you're not actually Jewish. That's what it means. So it has nothing to do with wearing a tiny hat or even being from the Middle East. Like, that's why Paul also wrote that there's neither Greek nor Gentile. Or there's neither Greek nor Jew. There's neither slave nor free. There is neither woman or man, female or male, because we're all one under Christ. It has nothing to do with our blood. In the Bible, Jewish a race? No, it's not. I just explained that it has to do with following Yahweh and his son. It has nothing to do with race. It's because it's not in the outward. It's not in the flesh. It's inward. Being circumcised is an inward thing, not an outward thing. And this whole idea of being Jewish, like all these guys that are Ashkenazi Jew, that's like a modern thing. That Ashkenazi Jew wasn't a thing 2,000 years ago. That wasn't a thing. The Ashkenazi Jew bloodline originates from Eastern Europe. So when us Christians are talking about Jews, we're talking about people who worshiped Yahweh. That's what we meant. But the problem is that they didn't worship Yahweh. So anyways, to continue the history, right? Zedeko, have a nice night, brother. So to continue history, the Jews took up a new name, and that new name was Christian, but inwardly they're spiritually Jewish because they still worship Yahweh, right? But the Jews who didn't follow Jesus, they denied Jesus. They hunted down Peter. They hunted down Paul. They hunted down the disciples. They killed Stephen, one of the first martyr. They killed more early church fathers. And as time went on, they wrote a book called the Talmud. They wrote a book called the Talmud. And if you go and ask a Jewish rabbi, don't ask a random Jew, guys. Don't ask them. They don't know what they're talking about. If you ask a Jewish rabbi, they'll tell you that the Talmud has precedence over the Torah. Okay? Hey, Tay, have a nice night, brother. I'll see you soon, man. The rabbis of Judaism will tell you that the Torah has precedence over the Talmud has precedence over the Torah. They hold the Talmud to a higher degree, and the Talmud has horrible things in it, but this reigned supreme in modern day Judaism. They wrote it after Jesus, so modern day Judaism is not Judaism around Jesus's time. That's blatantly false. The Talmud wasn't even written back then. And if you want to know what the Talmud says, it says that if a Jew is tempted to do evil, he should go to a city where he is not known and do the evil there. It says in Sanhedrin 58b that if a heathen, aka a Gentile, meaning a non-Jew, hits a Jew, the Gentile, non-Jew, should be killed. It says, let's find another one. All Gentiles, aka Goyim, non-Jews, all Gentile children are animals. It also says in Abodah Zarah 36b, which, by the way, guys, all of this is fact checked. Gentile girls are in a state of filth from birth. It says Abodah Zarah 22a through 22b that Gentiles prefer blank with cows. It says in Sanhedrin 55b, and this is laws, by the way, guys. This is Jewish law. This is like the law. This isn't like history in the Bible. This is like their law. It says in Sanhedrin 55b that a Jew may marry, you can see it right here. A Jew may marry a blank. You see that right here? They may marry a blank, specifically because 3 years and a day old, or specifically 3 years and a day old. It says in Sanhedrin 54b that a Jew may have blank with a blank as long as the child is less than 9 years old. It says in Gittin 57a that Jesus is in hell being boiled in hot excrement. And it says a bunch of other things right here. It says that Mary, the mother of Jesus, was a prostitute. It says that Jesus was a black magic sorcerer, which is kind of, you know, that point is like kind of funny in a way, because the fact that like they wrote how like they pretty much gave away that Jesus did miracles, you know? Because if the Talmud comes after Jesus, right? It's a bunch of rabbi, they came together at a council and they had a discussion and they wrote down the laws that they wanted to have Judaism run under. That's what the Talmud is. That's what the Talmud is. It's kind of funny that like they write about Jesus. It's a self-report. Exactly, Gingish. It's a self-report. Because they're basically telling you, yeah, remember that Jesus guy? He's in hell right now. Wait, but I thought he didn't exist. Then it also says, of course, that he was a black magic sorcerer. Why would they say that about Jesus unless he was actually doing magic, which crowds of people would then follow Jesus because of? It's because he was doing miracles. So it's a self-report and it points to Jesus' divinity. But anyways, A Goyim with the 2. Thank you, L. Brother, God bless you guys. We're going to leave it at that. We're going to leave it at that. This right here is the truth. This is who died for you. Even when you deny him, he still loves you and he wants you to be with him eternally. You don't have to. You have the free will of being eternally separate from him, or you have the free will of being eternally with him. It's all into your hands. He can never make you do anything. He gives you the knowledge of people like me to tell you about biblical manuscripts, about how they're from the 1st and 2nd century. He has people like me to tell you that there's martyrs who died for not what they believed, but for what they saw. He has people to tell you that the Catholic Church is a true church and it brings inner peace, and he died for your sins, and the free will is completely up into your hands. God has revealed himself to you. This phone was made because someone designed this phone. Someone created this phone, just like how our universe has intricate design because someone designed the universe, amongst many other things. But with that being said, chat, we're going to wrap this up here. I wish everybody a nice morning, day, or night, wherever you guys are. God bless all of you. I love you guys tremendously. I'm excited for the spoilers tomorrow. 11:39 short summary spoilers hopefully tomorrow, then the long summary reaction after that, then the chapter reaction after that, and then we're gonna have to set up a stream, guys. We're gonna have to set up a stream for break week. All right, we're gonna have to set up a stream. I don't know if it's a Marvel Rivals, I don't know if it's a religion debate, I don't know. We'll try to set up something. Gonna get some streams going on the off time, but I do thank you guys for being here. I wish everyone a nice beautiful day. You guys are absolutely amazing. Take care. I hope you enjoyed the stream. If you joined late, go back to the very beginning of the stream and just watch the stream at 2 times speed so you can see what we uncovered, what we discovered, and what we interpreted from the 1138 mural. Okay, so if you guys joined late, if you watched the stream late, go to the beginning of the stream, put it at 2 times speed. I don't think I talk that fast, and just listen. Look at what I'm drawing on my screen. Look at what I'm pointing at. Listen to what I'm explaining. Listen to my rebuttals. Listen to my explanations, so you can understand how to look at this mural to then make a theory that will be correct. But with that being said, guys, have a nice morning, day, or night, wherever you guys are. I love you guys so much. God bless.